Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick. What we need here is a little bit of panic. Do you ever wanna catch me? Right now I'm feeling ignored. So can you try a little harder? I'm really getting bored.
Awakened in ruins to the echoes of pain. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Fields of the fallen and blood washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering. So we'll bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you seek. But just remember,
끊임없이 파이널까지 아텐과 지원해!
think it's the end. They cannot defeat you. They cannot conquer you. They cannot conquer you.
Welcome everybody to another day of the LCK. We got Nongshim Red Force up against Hamalife Esports. It is me, Valdez, with Krani Wani, and we are getting into what is a chance for Hamalife not to get 10th if they can win this one. And for Nongshim, after, they got knocked out of playoffs, they look like they've been playing a little bit looser and better.
Ever the optimist, Valdez. A chance not to get 10th place. Unfortunately for Hamalife, they are very comfortable with 10th place. They have resided there many a time in many a split. But as you pointed out, I do think 2 weeks ago this match could have seen it gone either way. Right now, though, Nongshim, after what has been a very tough year, at the very least looks like some of the weight of their shoulders has lifted, and individually are playing a lot better.
Yeah, it's really nice to see. We don't like to see sad pro gamers, of course, so
No.
if they at least are a little bit less stressed, they can kind of just play their game. That's always nice to see. Let's take a look at the current standings, because this is also very important, as we did mention. Hamalife, with this loss, of course they are currently in 10th, but if they do lose this, they are secured 10th place, so they're trying to avoid that. And Nongshim, yes, they do have a 3-loss streak, but they looked great against T1 in their recent match.
They did. Let's also not forget that they were able to take down Liv Sandbox in a pretty interesting match altogether. And overall, for Nongshim Red Force here today, BDD and Dread, to me, look like the players that really have found their form after what has been a extremely rough split. And whatever it takes to finish strong, that's the goal here. And Hamalife, we've talked a lot about the positive records that are about to be broken. Unfortunately for Hamalife, there's also some negative records, most notably one that they themselves hold back in 2020 spring.
Yes.
Yeah.
And star player of the 10K gold deficit comeback game against Bro. I think that was Gwen, actually. But no, Captain Doodoo. Obviously, he has been what Wolf has called the Doodoo Stripe. It has been the Rascal Stripe in other times, but Doodoo himself, we call it that because he's the only person on his team that actually has a gold lead out of all of his laners and his teammates. How will he perform against Ace Kana? Kana not necessarily the ace in recent times. I think it's been all about BDD.
It has been. BDD and Dread have been the difference makers as, yeah, 50-50 elder flip in round one. What you'd expect from two teams. Neither of which has been able to find.
In my LCK?
I know. Back then, it was Nongshim. Got them one of their few wins that they've been able to pick up this split. But that was back when Nongshim as a whole still looked completely desolate. Not the case anymore. Dread has had a couple of wonderful performances in team fights. Early pressure that he always used to bring seems to be back. Whereas for On Fleek, it's much of the same issues. And him getting his revenge is going to be a tall order.
Yeah. One thing I do want to see, is On Fleek not playing the Skarner today. I'd like to see him just go back to, like a Lee Sin, a Zhao, stuff that he's actually had a lot of success on in the past. Hamalife Esports have not won a match here in round 2, and they have not taken a Dragon Soul in round 2 as well. So hoping to potentially turn that around. Nongshim, actually 50% Herald percentage. And now on this new patch, it's going to be very interesting to see where our teams do prioritize the objectives now.
And for Nongshim, it's not great, but it's kind of in line with what you'd expect for a team in this position. For Hanwha, there is no solace, there is no silver lining And Nongshim looking, not just in terms of play, but just in terms of how the players look, how it feels in Lowell Park. Maybe getting, or maybe they have gotten already through the worst of it.
Yeah, I think so. Coming on down, everybody looks ready to go. Not necessarily super happy, but at least relaxed, which is a good sign. Always, you know, we mentioned that the players themselves, you know, they just want to put on a good show for their own pride and for their teams. So we'll see what they can do tonight.
Of course, the fans, unrelenting, have supported Nongshim all split. Remember the tears when the loss streak was broken, and both in the audience and from the players. And unfortunately for them, not enough to really turn around the story of their split. And the whole year going to remain one that had high expectations. Those have been long gone, but maybe an opportunity here to end strong.
That was 3 people holding Nongshim as the best in a row. And here is Hama Life. Everybody seemingly in good spirits coming into this one. Samdi is going to be starting up for this, as well as On Fleek, which you already did see.
And overall, Hama Life, a team that I think lost what gave them some glimpses in spring, which was the Karis On Fleek 2v2 that at times could take early control of a game, not unlike something that Umti has been able to do together with Lava. Not nearly as successful, but still felt like the team at least knew how they wanted to play. Right now, individual performance of everyone but Dudu seems to be very underwhelming. Karis, who didn't get him a lot of wins, but at least he had moments of mechanical brilliance in spring. Haven't seen that for a while either. And for Hama Life Esports, even the best case scenario, we're able to get a 2-0 here, only serves to make sure that you have a chance not to end 10th. Doesn't quite get you there yet.
I think this guy has been here 12 times in a row. He is still hoping for the Hama Life victory. And if you look at this top lane, this could be actually a place where Hama Life could get some wins. Unfortunately, Kana has kind of looked a little bit muted, I would say, overall. You know, damage percentage on a team that hasn't having a lot of success isn't really somewhere to look. And take a look at the difference between that and the damage percent for Dudu. Dudu has been the one consistency that has been positive for this team.
Yeah, but when the top laner in the current meta is sitting on 33% damage share, that ain't good.
It's not a good thing.
That's
no.
not a thing that you want. There's a reason why these 2 players, both of which are on lower end teams, are so high in the damage shares, because when you go to the other teams, the rest of the team is pulling their weight. Now for Kana, situation is different, of course, with Ghost. We have always seen him as more of a pressure reliever, someone that can just be put in the lane and be fine.
A facilitator.
A facilitator. Yeah, well, I like that as well. That's the more common term. Thank you, Veldes, for your
the
lovely
utility
backup.
AD carry.
Oh yeah, yeah. Absorbs the pressure better than anyone else. Great at
Jin
staying.
Is meta.
Yeah. Azriel also dropped off a cliff after his high early priority. But I also like the cameras are zooming in on the junglers. I think that the matchup between On Fleek and Dread going to be extremely pivotal here today. And let's not forget, BDD and Karis played together on Gen G last year. It was Karis that then made his debut, was fairly underwhelming, and BDD said, no, not going to be...
Take a seat,
not going to happen.
one.
Yeah, I'll show you how to play Azir. And then, of course, this year, BDD having a lot of struggles of their own, but also Karis not really showing any of the moments that I think made people excited for him the way he did in spring. So both these 2 teams, best you can do here is a good showing.
Yeah, it's what they're going to be looking for. Just trying to do their best in this matchup. Nongshim here, having side selection, will select blue side. And that means that perhaps Dudu will get a counter pick on the red side. You know, in a meta where top lane does not matter, perhaps it will in this series.
I think back to the 4-0 Fiora many a match ago, and I don't know about that one, Veldes. No, it was Keen. No, 100%. Yeah, I mean, like, it's more a comment on the top lane state at the moment.
What do you think about this spicy raccoon, though?
Well, I'm sad it hasn't been added to new Udyr.
Yeah.
Feels like that will be a cool form. You know, maybe we can get an LCK skin.
That sign just said, "Please win once."
Oh, no.
And she was like doing the praying motion. I have tried the Nuggery ramen. Nuggery is the word for raccoon. You might know it for our player, but also it's the name of a ramen made by Nongshim. So there you go.
Don't raccoons also make like the little? They rub their hands together and
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
They do.
Yeah. Works on many
They
levels.
clean their food.
Yeah. Great creatures. Hopefully we'll have more action so we don't have to resort to
We have a draft.
zoology again. As overall, looking at the early priority, the Gwenban makes a ton of sense considering the things that Dudu was able to do to Damwon. And the pick has, despite the quote-unquote rework that was intended to make her not as strong, still very strong. It's going to get nerfed on the next patch, but we're not seeing that one anytime soon. As the Wukong, another example of a pick that got nerfed, dropped in priority for a little bit, and is now very high up the list. A couple of the usual suspects, Talia, Silas, still all making it through. Zeri, Sivir, Handshake also available. And with what Nongshim has shown thus far, BD actually had a crazy good game on the Silas. Wouldn't mind that being prioritized there.
Yeah. I don't think it's going to be our new addition to the League of Legends lineup. It will be another 80 carry. Sivir will be locked in, and we might just do the handshake, although in recent times, especially this week, Sivir has been looking really nice, especially because it feels like our LCK teams are taking this patch to heart and saying, everything's too risky, I'm just going to play less risky, let's scale to 4 items. And Sivir loves that.
Yeah, both these teams in general have that tendency. So if you like Souls, this might be the match for you. Zeri picked up here, can immediately lock down the Lulu to prioritize actually picking yourself up a strong bot lane. Alternatively, if you do not care as much about lane, can look for an Alistar pickup here or in second rotation to try and get one of the stronger picks into the Sivir. Instead going to be the Vi pickup here. Of course, Ahri's still available. And Vi Ahri actually, I think a nice setup here for Nongshim if you want to go that direction, as the Lulu is the final lock-in here on Humble Life's side.
Yeah, just kind of playing around with some ideas. But it is going to be the Lulu at the end of the day. The Vi has certainly risen in priority, especially now that the Wukong is banned. Could be a consideration for Dread, and there it is. Vi will be locked in. Do we see support here for Ghost, or do we just get some priority on a pick for BDD?
I'd like the mid lane pick. Yeah, I think Vi Ahri, kind of a no-brainer, really strong combo. Personally, wouldn't have even minded if they went for a Silas here. Talia also, thus far, just making it through the draft. And Vi has risen in priority not only as a, which is what it originally started as, a jungle counter pick into specifically the Wukong, and the pick that obviously synergizes as well with Ahri. They go way back. But also into specifically Zeri, obnoxious. Because Zeri doesn't like getting locked down, and with Sivir, or with the Vi sped up by Sivir and the Ahri as well, your life becomes very difficult. Poppy, still though an exceptional jungler, and going to get a lot of value with the statless presence toward that mid-jungle 2v2 here.
Yeah, it's going to be really nice for them, and you could even consider the fact that Nongshim might want to pick up a Nautilus, but maybe they don't even have to ban it if they have enough faith in OnFleek's Poppy. Although that is a lot of tools to really lock down the Zeri, so it could be a consideration. As Karma is going to be taken away, the Enchanter supports did get their items kind of nerfed across the board, but at the same time, laning is more important, so some of these more supportive picks have begun to rise once again.
Can't wait for our featured matchup to be Ornn versus Gragas, because that's what it's looking like right now. The Victor here, of course, one of the picks that Karis has gone to very often, but into the Ahri we often see the Lissandra is one of the main pickups. Additionally, the Swain has started to kind of reappear as a counter towards the Ahri. Of course, Taliyah has often been counterpicked with Ahri, so I expect that Nongshim wouldn't want to diverge their attention there. And looking at the draft thus far for Hanwha Life, as you pointed out, they do end up banning a Nautilus here. Do leave up the Alistair though, which I think is a perfectly adequate pick, even taking the Poppy into account, provided you play in respect of the Steadfast presence. For Hanwha Life, getting a front line now, an actual source of initiation would really help them out, as the range right now very, very short. So I think an R4 Ornn here is a unfortunate side effect for Dudu because he doesn't get a counter pick, but I do think it really augments the team comp as a whole, as I love that. I don't think that's what we're getting.
Yeah.
But that into Ahri would actually be very exciting. But Silas is very strong. Does not solve your range issue, but does give you a ton of additional power and also nerfs a possible Ornn here from Nongshim.
Yeah, and we've been talking a lot about how Silas is now struggling a lot in lane, especially against Ahri.
Yeah.
Kind of just be poked out. It is a possibility now. You can't just go only sustain and be totally fine. I would love to see a Pike here, actually, or a Thresh.
Oh.
I think that the hook potential for a front line would be really, really nice, just to get like a Poppy or a Silas out of the way and really just remove the front line. That's the way we're looking at team fights nowadays. It's kind of weird, but like Sejuani's nowadays just kind of don't get to play the game because they are like, we're really tanky, and then they just get hooked and died and CC'd to death. And that is what Nongshim kind of have brewing, but they're not going to go down that line. They do have Renata Glass, which is extremely strong, and Renekton blind picked.
Yeah, that's what he's best at, Valdez.
Someone bring out the holy water, because I've had a little bit too much of this. I don't know about that.
You know what? I kind of like it. It's very risky. Don't get me wrong. Well, so I know what we're both thinking, which is Renekton hasn't been great, and additionally you're picking Renekton into Poppy, which also doesn't feel wonderful. As the Gragas counterpick are going to come through. No brainer there. But the one thing that you do have now as Nongshim is a top side that is monstrous. I don't think there will be any suitable laning pressure here for Conair. Should get priority, but won't really be able to threaten Dudu if the matchup is played correctly. But early skirmishes with Vi, Ahri, and Renekton are terrifying. And this is also the type of comp where you can just leave Ghost alone, which is... You know, that's Ghost's comfort zone. Just leave him by himself in the bot lane. Roam up, because the Renata actually isn't a wonderful pick, because the Hanwha Life have effectively no range available to themselves. The downside, of course, which is very obvious, is that if you fall behind in that top 3v3, you are in a power trough until Sivir hits 4 items. Now, with the pace both these two both these teams play, are we going to get there?
Probably.
I think it's likely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't know, maybe Nongshim just have a... Ooh, that heart just got broken. No longer friends. Nongshim fan and Hanwha fan. One for BDD, one for Karis. Are they both just Gen G fans or what? No, I'm kidding. And actually it's signed. Both of the jerseys are signed. That's really cool.
Love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, I think that the... wonder if it's going to be the Proudest Claw Renekton again, or if it's going to be the Sunfire that we've seen a lot. Even so, Chemtank, I think it was Rascal that pulled that one out yesterday, which a lot of the same principles apply there. Blade the Rune King just kind of busted at the moment.
Vista support OP.
I mean,
Vista's playing Lulu today.
Yeah, that's a great pick for skill expression, right? Yeah. No, it actually is.
You Wild Growth the Silas. Or the Gragas. Or the Pop.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got some options there. We'll see if he can do it well. And let's see. Let's go on to the Rift, guys. Looks like we are all loaded up. Let's jump into the Rift for Game 1. We go on to the Rift. Match 85, guys. We only have 3 more days until the regular season is done.
Wow.
And then we go into playoffs in the next week.
Can't believe we spent this much time together.
Yeah.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
Good times, good times.
Generally.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding. When it's you and me, Feldas,
Me-
it's always good times.
Oh, I thought you were talking about us and chat.
Well, generally, chat has been great this split. We've gotten Fred Brion fans. You know, those are a highlight.
True.
I think they've been very nice, thanks to some of our lovely moderators as well. Doing hard work, making sure it stays friendly. As mentioned, looking at the top 3v3, because bot lane should not have a lot of action going on, it's extremely snowbally, where if you get a lead on Renekton, he kind of just dunks on, well, most champions, and it doesn't really change here, although the counter engage is very, very good, so I expect him to have a very limited amount of impact in terms of actually getting backline access in the late game. But Humble Life, especially early on, if they want to contest objectives, they're going to be forced to fight this combo. With the amount of pick available between Dread, Kana, and BDD, you have very little room for mistakes, and we have definitely seen that lots of our games are not necessarily decided, but definitely heavily influenced by who picks up the early Dragons and who picks up the early Herald. And if you're able to do both, which Vi has great percentage health damage on a W, so Dragon taking isn't actually that bad. And again, top side, incredible amount of power. I think Nongshim definitely has the opportunity to get themselves an early lead here, in which case not only do they snowball very nicely with the champions they have, but they also kind of avoid the Sivir isn't fed yet, and we don't do anything. Fred, as Dread, going to be looking for on fleek here.
Yeah. We'll be getting into this jungle already. As you saw, there was a ping from mid as in goes Dread. Getting aggressive now, unfortunately hits the blue buff there.
Oh.
And now, with the priority from the bot side, you do have pushing power here with Sivir and the Renata. They're trying to get in, and they will get the smite off. Onfleek has to flash away and lose his blue buff. So a very nice proactive play here from Nongshim.
Really nicely done. Didn't even talk about the prio that was possible on bot side of the map, but also nice pathing here from Dread. Really well coordinated. Red goes for his blue, then Grump, makes his way over to red buff, and then perfectly timed with his bot lane walks in. 1v1, little awkward as you pointed out. Denting blows going to be thrown, or the E-Red are going to be flown into the blue buff, but doesn't actually end up mattering as the early power that they have just a little bit higher. And as a result, very nice early start here for Nongshim. Kind of tying into Dread being a lot more proactive early, as we've mentioned in the past, and also the Zeri lose streak continuing, at least here in the early game.
Take a look at how BDD is playing this lane. He's CSing really well, but also he's putting an insane amount of harass damage onto Karis. And this is setting up perfectly for the gank over the wall. Perfectly done. As Dread sets that one up, BDD will collect first blood.
Better late than never, Feldas. As Nongshim Red Force. Incredible amount of dominance here in the first 4 minutes of the game already. There's a reason why Vi and Ahri go way back. It's not just the level 6 spike that we have seen countless times that feels very unfair, where Vi just queues in, flashes, presses R, and you die. But so masterfully set up there by BDD, right? Like making sure has a big stacked wave. Karis can't really do that much about the wave being that big because, again, is in a much rougher position compared to the previous patch. Then, unfortunately, hovers the wrong side of the map, kind of threatened by BDD. Gets it by the Q, and 100-0. So nicely done here by Nongshim. On fleek, also not able to read the play, not covering, and as a result, it's looking peachy for Nongshim. 1k gold league.
Yeah.
At 5 minutes, it's Nongshim Velbes.
It's really insane what they've been able to pull off here. Cleanse forced out of Samdi, because take a look at how every lane is playing this. I think that Nongshim, this is a really nice timing for this team. You know, it is unfortunate they don't make it into playoffs, but now all the pressure is gone, and I feel like they have a great read on the current patch. They come into this with a very refreshing, proactive gameplay and extremely aggressive draft. I mean, take a look at this. Now Khan is going to be dominating his lane. BDD is dominating mid. And even though Kana's not overstepping his bounds, take a look at this now. Now we're diving the bottom lane. And there's not much that they can do about it. Level 6 here, hit for BDD. You're not getting away from this one. They're just going to feed him the kills, too. That is 3 into the pockets of BDD already.
Wow!
Picture perfect, man.
Oh, it's actually, it's textbook. It really is textbook. Snowflower doesn't hit the flash handshake. That's about the only negative thing you can say about that play, because if he does, then it might be faster. Maybe Dread doesn't have to flash, but who cares? Like, again, stack the waves, rotate your Ahri, who has already hit 6 down towards the bot side. Dread's there at the perfect timing again. And this is what we talked about in the draft, right? The power of priority. If you're the one setting up plays, if you're the one always shoving in, then you can go for these plays. But Nongshim has already done this. All split. We haven't actually seen them either have prio or use it. So to see such a dominant showing here is a little bit bittersweet. But man, you gotta respect how well they're playing this. Again, like, look at BDD kind of corralling, you know, gently nudging Karis. And then here, yeah, I mean, don't hit it, but who cares?
Force the dash out of Samdi.
Yeah, and Dread with a perfectly timed flash Q as well. It's now a very rough time, because the gold lead is now 2K at 7 minutes, and the objective fights are going to be very rough, Valdez. I don't know if there will be any.
It's kind of crazy though, like the way they're playing so aggressively. Like, this is not very LCK, right? But the fact that they do this now and have this big of a lead is, as you just said, they just get control of every objective. So rather than like trading objectives or saying, oh, I don't know, maybe I can solo this Drake, or maybe I need the prio to take this Drake, it's like, no, just win every lane and then take everything. maybe that's the strategy.
Well, they will.
Yeah, because well,
what? What are they gonna do?
There is On Fleek taking it right now at level 6 by himself, but BDD is coming down to check this.
Yeah, and then he has, I think he has, oh, interesting. Yeah, I was going to say, like, has to abandon.
Yeah. Oh.
BDD gonna let him have it? Okay. Okay, I think the early, out of all the early Drakes, I think the stacking and the soul actually became obscenely strong on this patch, but compared to all the other ones, I think the Cloud Soul's actually relatively low on the ladder. I think the only one that might be worse is the Hex stack, because a single one just doesn't feel like it does that much. I actually really like Early Ocean. Now that sustain across the board has been nerfed, I think that especially in lanes like top lane, where you have a lot of time to spend there, the extra % really adds up. But that mountain, that one's going to be fought for. Don't want to give that one up. That is a ton of free and efficient stats. And I'm excited to see where Nongshim is going to drop this Herald that they were able to pick up here.
Yeah, we've seen Heralds recently kind of be deprioed, even though they did add the local gold onto it. Just because the Drakes are so strong. As Kana is under turret here, he's just going to get booped back, and Kana still has Flash and Dominus, so he really does not give a damn.
Doesn't even proxy. I was like, I figured he was going to take it as an invitation. Like, okay, I'll proxy this wave. Yeah, it's no problem.
Gragas, very kind, inviting Kana to the party. But yeah, he just walks back to lane. He had very nice vision before. He still has vision in the river, as now he's just going to go in, take an aggressive trade here. Dudu, no cask available, but we do have a fight down here, and that is going to be a massive berserk into the 3 of them, as it is just followed up, and Karis doesn't have much help alone with Lulu. As Karis should be able to get away, but Humble Life, they opt into a fight into Vi, Ahri, and Renata. It's not going to work out well for them.
No, and Kana, the cool thing is he doesn't even need to really kill Dudu. Just keeping him locked on the tower is enough right now. As long as Dudu is stuck under that lane with plates falling all across the map, BDD even making sure that the bot wave is caught. All you need to do is keep the Gragas locked in, so you never run into a scenario where, like, maybe they have an extra member as home alive, because you are so far ahead right now, and the power of that Vi Ahri again, just working out very well on Fleek. It's a desperation play. don't have the vision. You know, there's multiple members missing. Even if you do get the stun into the wall, I don't think that you necessarily have enough damage, but they just try to go for something, but Nongshim is extremely ready. I don't see a way out from Hanwha Life from this point on. You know, the usual things we talk about in games like this is, what about Zeri? What about the scaling of Sylas?
Uh-oh. I think Garrus might be eating a death here, as Snowflower on a very nice roam is going to handshake him back onto the turret, but BDD did take a ton of damage. Doesn't matter. Dread is right here for the alley-oop. He's going to collect that kill as Garrus unfortunately finds himself in a 1v3 position. 1v3 position here. That's going to be this turret going down at 11.5 minutes already. That's 5 plates in the mid lane. And this is something that we talked about on the POC state, actually, Chronicler. If you remember, we were kind of worried about games getting very one-sided after early games. And even in this one, yes, it is Hanwha Life Esports. They have not been finding a lot of success. But Nongshim come out, they get aggressive, they get a lead, and now it's like, what are you going to do now? Because I'm not seeing them having an angle on this Mountain Drake, if you know what I mean.
No, I don't think they do, and the Mountain is 100% going over. For this specific scenario, I don't know how much of it is the patch and how much of it is just Nongshim is actually playing like the team that we were promised at the start of the year.
But also the last couple of days as well.
Yeah.
Only 2 zeros.
Yeah, true. No,
you know,
I mean, if you
very one-sided.
bring it in a larger perspective, I agree. I wonder if it's going to continue into playoffs. But looking at, I think the Sandbox T1 one was the most notable. Yeah. Also seems to line up with some of our teams really feeling very good. On the current patch, some teams having a really rough time. But if this one-sidedness continue, our playoffs might be a little rough. I don't know how long Kana has been sitting on just a pickaxe and a longsword, but I know he has a lot of gold. Yeah,
quite a while. As we are going to dive onto this one, it is a ton of damage. Dudu has wild growth, and he does have the cask and flash, so he should be totally fine. Nice little dive there onto the top side. Unfortunately, some parts of the rest of the map are going heavily into Nongshim's favor.
Yes. Fortunate, BDD not going to be able to find the Grump there, but the overall trade still very favorable to Nongshim, and that's the problem with how far Hanwha Life is behind. What do? Kana bought a blade, unsurprisingly. So just goes back, buys blade, no biggie, from just a couple of components. And now, turret going to get taken down here. Lead for Nongshim going to get bigger and bigger. They're going to pick themselves the Mountain Drake as well. And I am worried we're going to have to resort to different topics.
Yeah,
relatively
so I have a
soon,
question,
Valdez.
Actually. We'll take a look at the damage to turrets. Actually, Dudu did get a nice amount. Unsurprising that the rest of it is heavily in Nongshim's favor. But I actually did have a question here for you, kind of a little bit of a lore enjoyer yourself, Chronicler.
I am.
So you know how Viego is the Ruins King, right? Yeah. And his colors are kind of like greenish, grayish, kind of green, right? Why is the blade of the Rune King purple?
So I don't know if there is an in-universe answer. What I think happened is they just had bladed the Rune King, thought it sounded cool, and it still is, and it was purple beforehand, and then later they were like, we don't really want Viego to be purple, because purple is more it's more of a void thing, right? Purple is the color of the void. All the void champions are purple.
Yeah, so why did they make Blade of the Rune King a void weapon?
Well, I mean,
maybe he uses a void weapon.
Well, maybe they'll change it to green on the next patch, on the next season.
Maybe they can retcon in, like, he somehow came into contact with the void and he has a void weapon.
I'd like it.
I don't know. Because then the purple works, right? We do have a lot of members in this brush, as Dread is kind of in a precarious situation, but he will just dash away from that one, as the zap not going to do too much from the side of Samdi. And it feels like a matter of time before Nongshim press their buttons as the Poppy Copter comes out. Not going to hit anyone, as that one is going to go the way of Hanwha Life. But can they get out of this is the question, as Samdi is going to flash away from here, and they just decide to pile on to Karis. As BDD going to get another one and hits the charm afterwards. Ghost picks up the kill, and it is just lights out on this fight, as OnFleek is going to flash the wall, and BDD does not care about your flashes and about anything that you brought to this fight. He will flash after you. He now has 5 kills in 16 minutes.
Imagine the power of the mid-jungle 2v2. Valdes, I wasn't expecting this. This is a worst-case scenario for Hanwha Life, and it is a best-case scenario for Nongshim Red Force, as here, they're 6k gold up. So all Nongshim need to do, which they do, is giving up the Herald. No biggie. As long as you
got
win,
40 gold.
Yeah, as long as you win the ensuing fight. Unfortunately, Snowflower not able to find too much value of the build, but it doesn't matter. The amount of mobility, as that was a... I thought that one kind of went in between the members.
I think that was a weird low to high ground.
Might be.
Weirdness.
Yeah. But it doesn't matter, because I think that maybe one less person would have died, but generally a lot of people still go down. And overall, it's the chase potential of the Nongshim comp that... with the Undy Hunt, with the multiple dashes that you have on PDD and the follow-up that is there from Dread most notably, but even Kana in that fight was able to get a lot done, is just very hard to deal with for Hanwha Life. Like, the moment your front to back doesn't hold up, which it doesn't because you're monstrously far behind, you just don't, your comp doesn't do a whole lot, right? We're looking at item breakpoints that are so far into the distant future, they might as well be the Riot MMO. It's tough.
Bad chest? Did you just say the Riot MMO?
Yeah, I mean, I know I'm costing.
Got me really excited there.
Yeah, but it was
by saying it.
But it was in a bad way because it was really far
That's okay.
away.
That's
yeah,
okay.
just the existence. Is
We can be patient.
I'm very good at being patient.
We're not good at it, but we have to be. We don't have a choice. Yeah. And Kana's he's playing the long game here. It's like eventually Karis is going to move. Eventually you are going to go, right? Like, okay. Maybe not then.
Uh-oh, Poppy's coming.
Yeah.
But they're like, no, the Goon Squad's here.
Yeah, so everybody else is on the way. Cars, he has about 7 blast plants here. He's just going to go over the wall, and he does get away due to that. I'm not a big fan of the plants. I would be okay if they just removed it.
Yeah, you really don't like them.
Or not the extra plants. The you remember in the beginning it was just like a couple of plants, you know?
I know.
Get like a blast plant.
You don't like those.
Yeah.
Do you like the maybe for the Infernal Rift? Would you be okay with that?
No.
No.
That's too orange.
Still no.
Okay. Yeah.
Well,
just less plants.
you try playing
nice.
a jungler without a dash belt, and then we'll talk, okay?
Yeah. I used to play Talia all the time.
She is a wall?
Yeah,
good
true.
enough.
I mean, it counts for something.
Ah.
She is able to traverse
It's on the
terrain.
It's on a 2-minute
occasionally.
I feel like I was a little. That was me deflecting. I know
It's
how you
okay.
feel, Valdes.
It's okay. And yeah, I mean, there's not much else happening in this game. Nongshim are 8,500 gold ahead.
You think Kana, if he doesn't eat enough crumbs, gets like a vitamin deficiency because he doesn't get enough of a varied meal as a crocodile? Like, is just minions enough?
Yeah, I didn't think about that. But Renekton's not a jungler, so I don't think it's really in his diet.
But as a top laner, I'm sure he gets more than his fair share.
Of crops?
If he's split pushing.
Maybe like 1 or 2 a game.
It's more
think
Krugs,
it's-
generally, yeah.
It depends on what side you're on as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I don't think it's, you know.
Is it enough?
I think it's
Me,
fine.
I like, with just minions, I feel like at some point you're gonna run
Minions
into
wear
us.
armor, you know, so you get a lot of the metal minerals, you know. You get like
a lot of
the
iron.
zinc and
Yeah.
the magnesium,
Oh,
you
there
know,
you go.
all that stuff.
I think he just eats the armor.
I mean, they're wearing armor,
Well, yeah,
and
but
he eats it all. I like look at the cannon.
what? But look, it just sinks into the ground. You don't eat that. You don't eat the cannon.
Who's to say that Renekton doesn't? Maybe he does.
Well, that's a good point. I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
Oh,
Maybe Renekton wanted to eat it.
fair enough.
Look at how much health.
Well, now he's getting it. Now
Look
he's
at how much
getting
health
a dragon.
this dragon has.
Yeah, who cares?
You just roll up, it's got 11k.
That's a good snack.
Actually a raid boss.
Go eat something, Kana.
Yeah.
Good for you.
And, you know, back to the snowball point. The team got ahead, and then they got a free Infernal Drake, you know, literally for free because of the control they have, which makes them even stronger from ahead.
Yeah.
Compared to the past, where, you know, getting a free Infernal Drake was already pretty damning, but now it's a free Infernal Drake that's buffed. You know, it's kind of insane. As you can tell that nobody on the side of Homolife Esports wants to fight BDD. On Fleek's.
Good call.
Yeah. He's like, actually, never mind. I'll just run away.
No, I agree with you, Valdez. I actually, even though it was somewhat slow at times, I really appreciated the meta that we had just after the durability patch, where there was still a really good amount of team fighting going on. Team fights became much more dynamic, a lot more back and forth, and we've had, what, 2 years of get ahead early, snowball into win. And I don't want to go back to that. I really enjoyed our little
team
time.
fights were nice.
I like team fights.
Until
you know
people started picking Fiora.
I miss Poke. Haven't seen it. There you go.
Okay.
Haven't.
Pokeball.
That one got me. Yeah. No. Well, maybe for Kana, but you know, I haven't seen Poke in a while.
You heard that junglers now are Pokemon trainers?
Let's not go there. As on Fleek, deep flank.
Okay, Dread in a little bit of trouble, but that is a massive hostile takeover, gonna save him. And he does have Zhonya's and Flash, so he will be okay. As the damage here from BDD is kind of insane.
Brock?
Homolife get away for now, but BDD still on the chase. Will run out of Spirit Rush charges. Not the most well-handled fight from Nongshim, but Homolife, they considered fighting and then they ran away.
And overall, Homolife, I think for the best, not opting into that fight. Gonna have to teleport it just to try and defend the turret, which I don't know if that's going to be a fruitful endeavor. At the very least, Somdi has gone to 2 items, so if he can get himself Infinity Edge, then you know, then that's something. Maybe he can hit a couple of Ws on an enemy backline and try to get back into the game that way. Now, Nongshim can just start Baron here, and they should.
Yeah,
but
I mean, at least clear the vision in the pit, right? I think.
You can take the backs here. I think that playing it safe as Nongshim after the split you've had is understandable. I just don't want him to take it too easy and run the risk of actually allowing Homolife to still skill into this game, because level 16 on Karis, still going to be a big spike. Dudu, still going to be a massive front line, and Somdi, it's still Zeri. Now, Zeri hasn't been winning a lot recently, but we've all seen the things that she can do in late game team fights. But then you look at the Nongshim comp and you're like, if BDD can press R.
Uh-oh. And this is what you were talking about. Can't really get away from this, even as Gragas, although the cast does come out and might just save him, even though that last crit was pretty insane. Dudu is going to have to go for a back now. And this is a moment where Nongshim could set up vision for Baron, but instead they'll just go for more picks. As the charm comes in on Fleek, it looks like he was charmed for about 5 seconds. Does not matter. That is a 6th kill for BDD, who is, you know, I think he's trying to make a statement. He's like, you know what, guys? Hasn't been the best season, but I'm still really good at this game. So
Clearly
look at me for next year.
Here we go. Starting up the Dragon. Or the Baron, rather, as everyone from Hummel making their way over. They're so far behind, though, Valdez.
No Mask, no Flash, no anything for Dudu, as he is just providing a frontline hostile takeover over the wall, just trying to zone them. Kana, not a real tank, unfortunately. He does have a nice amount of lifesteal. Interesting build that he did go for here.
Yeah.
But other than that, yeah, they're not really going to be able to tank that one up for too long. As Karis does have Spirit Rush and Ghost looking to punish that imposter.
Quite like the Gore Drinker into many a melee character, which is the entire top side of Homolife. Yeah, as you point out, Nongshim not going to take the risk. They don't really have anyone that can tank Baron reliably for too long. Don't have that much healing in their kits, unless, of course, Renekton is actually in the enemy backline. And now, for Nongshim, can just take the soul fight, and if it's decisive or not, either run towards the enemy base or take Baron and do it all the same.
Yeah, Homolife trying to set something up here. They actually have decent control of the river for now. Trying to control this micro brush, but now Kana is on a bit of a chase for that back line. You see that at the meanwhile, Karis is not in this fight. He's going to have to TP into this one if he wants to get here on time, as they're just going all in onto Fleek. He flashes in. In comes Karis with the TP. Kana over the wall. Solo for now. As BDD now looking for the charms, not going to amount to too much. And Nongshim, you could just zone them and take objectives. That is an option that you do have. But they have not been looking for that. They do not feel too comfortable. They just want to look for picks, which is something their composition does very well.
And instead, going to trade here. We'll be giving over an objective bounty, but a second Infernal Drake is monstrously strong, especially when the next one is going to not only get you the soul, but also get you a juicy amount of 27% extra stats, Valdez.
It's okay. It's decent.
It's not bad. Yeah. Incredible amount of value coming through here for Nongshim, Red Force, and for Hanwha Life. This way you gotta rely on a mistake. You know, someone's got a horribly missed position from Nongshim, get caught out immediately. But your targets are not that great, and generally force you to actually commit. You gotta either jump in with On Fleek and Dudu. Karis has got to really get in there to do his damage, and that doesn't really work into anyone on Nongshim with how they've been playing, how far ahead they are. And as Nongshim now just choke the vision out of this Baron pit and then just sit and wait. You know, you don't really need to flip a Baron. Just make sure that you start the fight decisively enough and your items shall carry you through.
I feel like Bruisers on this patch are pretty happy in general. The Renekton coming back is pretty interesting. Bruiser jungles like Vi, also seeing a lot more time. I feel like, unironically, I want to see more like Singed and Build-A-Bear and stuff like that. I feel like picks like that, they can use every single dragon really nicely. Like, imagine Singed with even just one Cloud Drake, you know? Gets so much more value. Even like Infernal Drake stacking for him. It's kind of insane. Let's see it. Let's see it in the top lane. Top lane, you're kind of just farming anyway, so.
Might as well.
Just ban Renekton, pick Singed.
Bring back the real scaling. Where's my Vladimir?
Vladimir, also a nice pick.
TP.
Like that idea. And they do not quite know about this. Engage comes in from On Fleek. Nobody has really lost health on the side of Dread. Really fantastic flash from him as they just kite it back to back. Front to back, and that is going to be due to going down eventually. The charm comes in onto Samdi as they clean up the fight here. 3 more kills into the pockets of Nongshim.
And they will be making their way over here, and I like the Hail Mary from Hanwha Life. It's the only opportunity that you really have. Gotta try and go for something, but Ghost still has a Summer's up, so he's able to make his way out. The disengage from Nongshim, more than enough. Kana with a teleport that completely splits up the fight as a big angry crocodile. And unfortunately, also the ultimate here from Snowflower coming up huge, and like even with the combo, Kana splits up the fight. The rest of the team isn't really there because of the Renata ultimate, and as a result, you need everything to go right for you in that fight as Hanwha Life if you want to stand a chance with how far behind you are now. Baron getting taken as well, and Nongshim maybe don't even need to get to the Infernal Soul. I think they'll get it just to be safe. So, Dread, it's okay. You've hit a lot of Vault Breakers.
It looks like he cast his Q into that ward, and then he just didn't clear it. They know it's there. They just decided not to clear it. But that's fine. Yeah, just trying to make some plays here with the Baron buff. See what they can do. Looks like they are pushing into the bottom lane at this moment in time, trying to bully Kana here, who is going to get stunned up, but he does have Dominus, and he is ready to party if he would like to.
He's not impressed. He's just sitting here. He has GA. He has Flash. He's level 16. He doesn't care.
Yeah, you're not really going to be able to do anything to that Croc. I think even if you all in that one, as that is what looked to be a blind charm over the wall, as a nice cast gets in. That is a free Renata Glass. As, okay, nice little kill comes in there for Hanwha Life Esports at least. Unfortunately, On Fleek the one to pick that up. And now, 13,000 gold ahead, and still with the Baron buff, Nongshim are pushing in 4v5.
Dudu's really trying. Has been looking for a couple of great engages. Fortunately, Don't think that Humble Life is actually going to be able to pick themselves up this Dragon. Ghost picks up his Lord Dominic's. Overall, the item spikes for Nongshim are horrifyingly strong. There is double GA, there is a stopwatch, and we haven't even really seen any true bailout moments, but they will be here as a little bit of a backfire here on Fleek. Gets handshook, but then sets up very nicely. Dudu knocks him down, and they get the kill on the Renata, but is the lowest value out of any of the picks that you can possibly get. And as we can see, Nongshim still going to be in so much control. No problem taking that Infernal Soul.
So, yeah, Infernal Soul is going to be collected on top of a third Infernal Drake.
That's 360 AD on the Renekton there. That is a scary crocodile.
That is disgusting.
Hey, remember that 10% extra AD scaling on Dominus, Velda?
There you go.
Yeah.
It's going to be burning people down. And, yeah, Ahri has 641, Sivir 378. They're trying to collapse onto the Croc again, and the Polymorph is actually what nearly gets them a kill. 5v1, by the way. Not quite enough to take down this Croc, as he still has his GA, not to mention. That is going to be the end of these two inhibitors and the end of this game when Nongshim decide to push this one in.
And overall, looks like Humble Life was unable to withstand the mic. BDD gets taken low.
Almost got him! You were so close!
Wait.
He got so low as Kana is going to be put down to his GA, and so is Dread, as he is going to secure that kill on to the AD carry. Nicely done by him. He has been solid on this Vi, and the Ahri by Renekton topside just a little bit too much for Humble Life to handle here in game number 1. Extremely dominant victory for Nongshim here.
It was a snowbally draft, but when you snowball, it does so exceptionally well. And we see it here. Also, I think an insight into why the Silas has kind of dropped in priority. And yes, it's Nongshim, a team which on paper should always beat Humble Life this decisively. Hasn't been the story of the season, but it doesn't really change the level of players that they have available to themselves. But we have seen Silas struggle so much more in the early laning phase in many a situation, and it ties into what you've been talking about. Early Prio seems to be on the rise in terms of power. And Dread and BDD, I don't know who gets POG between the two of them.
BDD.
What?
For me, I would give my vote to him, I think.
I agree, but I think that if you look at the amount of early game presence that Dread had, also ran it very, very hard.
But also the amount of early game presence that BDD had.
Well, they both, that's the beautiful thing.
That's the beautiful thing. Because BDD was the one who set up the lane to allow Dread to alley-oop in the mid lane, then BDD hit 6 fast, he went bot, immediately dunks down there. He'd be my pick, but I can understand why you would vote for Dread as well.
I think we'll have a split. Otherwise, I'll be the one guy that should have listened to Velda. So that's I have no problem being that guy.
You might dread your vote.
Okay.
Yes, very simple one here for Nongshim. They draft early Prio and they kill with early Prio. And that's it for game number 1, guys. We'll have a break and we'll be back.
대리
구슬만 궁 있는 거지?
없어 나 궁 없어 나 딩부할게 제리 매요 나 한번 천천히 이거 당겨볼게 나 봐줘
대리 볼게.
나 봐줘 봐줘야 돼 무덩이 괜찮아 나
제리
괜찮아.
노플 제리 노플. 제리 공격거 노플이야.
빼면 돼 보자. 제리.
제리 노플 제리 노플.
잡았어 제리 잡았어.
나 가연 있음. 봐줘.
끝낼만해. 그래 노플. 다 같이면 끝날 때. 나 풀킬 한번 할게.
오늘은 실수하지 말아봅시다.
나보자.
꼼꼼하게.
가보자 우리 그래도 연습 열심히 했으니까.
싸움보다 싸움.
저기 나 일로 갈게 나도.
싸움 봐 싸움.
뽀삐
앞에 노플이래. 앞에부터.
그게
앞에
고맙다.
물었어.
그게 노공이야 그게 노공.
야 아지르 스턴. 빼면 돼. 이거 앞에 지가. 이거 지켜줘. 뒤에 봐줘.
구엔 먼저 잡았어. 넘을게.
가다.
아지르 노플.
나이스.
쌍박 봐야 돼.
버스.
아지리 W 이렇게 받았다.
앞에 와갔어.
앞에부터. 뺏기긴 했다.
위에 11.
11을 볼게. 미드 라인 가면 끝난다 얘들아.
미드 가면 끝날 것
맞아.
같아. 나이스.
좋았다 얘들아.
이거지.
이거야 우리야.
이거야. 이거 하고 싶었다고.
자 여기 다시 볼 수 있고. 볼게. 세라핀 노플. 아 좋아.
제리.
룰루 노플.
가자. 가자고 미울채. 나이스.
간다. 11을 궁켜봐. 트럼프 높을.
나를 뒤. 나를 매가.
나를 괜찮아.
야 나 디테일 아니다.
찍어도 돼. 창도야 찍어도 돼.
찍어볼게 그냥. 야 가자. 잡았어.
제리.
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 노플.
나이스.
어디야?
어디에요? 여기에요?
1등이 여기야?
1등 여기에요?
1등
어디에요?
여기야?
어디에요? 여기에요? 뭐했노?
친한가 본데 너랑?
뭐했어?
몰라 누구랑 인사했어.
렌즈.
왜 이렇게 친해졌는데?
개패려고.
오케이 해볼까요?
얘네 우리 위치 직관줄 할 거야.
오케이 나 거리 3초 뒤. 남이 본다 남이.
정원 빠졌어.
남이 노플. 남이. 앞에 먹어.
앞에 먹어. 민영이 많이 먹고.
먹었어.
천천히 와볼래?
빼볼게. 얘는 오겠다.
해봐. 아이고 준영 어땠네? 실수.
자 이주 볼래? 나 가볼게. 야 끝까지 간다. 나이스.
얘네가 밀고 나올 거고 그냥 끌 생각도 해볼게.
넌 봐줄래 한번? 한번 봐줄래 그냥?
보자.
봤어. 야 빼면서 앞에. 나이스. 야 잡아. 앞에.
욕 먹고 바로. 얘들아 욕 먹고 바로.
이거 끝낼 생각해도 될 것 같은데?
내가 보험파 한번 빼줄게.
이번에 봄 쓸게.
보험파 빠졌고. 자 아래 타부터.
룰루 잡았어. 나이스.
앞에.
잡았어. 나이스.
전투에 콩테스 가야지.
아직 안 끝났어.
게이밍 헤어 장착했다.
잘해보자. 화이팅.
룰루 쪽.
제리 볼게.
제리.
지렸다. 좀 잘했네. 나 풀러 넘어갈게 얘들아. 대시 빠졌거든? 갈게. 잡았다. 나올 날 찾아볼게.
둘 다 프리스 왕호야. 나 프로도 있으니까 몸 집어넣어도 되고.
나이스.
와.
야 스노탄 보자.
한번
보자. 아직
빼면서.
트런드.
할만해.
이거 안 좋긴
받아줄게요.
아유 소리.
제리 높을.
나나나나나. 무거워 이제
뒤에 노려야겠다.
지금 돼? 아 괜찮아. 나 봐줄래?
제리.
가보면
나 제리 이빠졌다. 노플.
나 날라갔다.
아지를 날렸어. 야 이거.
가보자.
남이 노플.
박재호.
나야 이게 나야. 애들 깨면서. 아 괜찮아. 오케이.
제리 볼만해. 제리 봐야 돼.
봐야 돼. 끝낼래?
나 스킬이 없는데.
끝내는 게 좋아 보이는데. 끝낼래? 끝났다. 나이스.
The night beckons while you
Welcome back, guys. We are here at the LCK. As, of course, no analyst carpet space today. Unfortunately, our good friend and co-caster Atlas is feeling unwell, so hopefully he does get better. Definitely go ahead and wish him to get better on Twitter. And we are here. We are going to reveal the POG eventually, once it does come out.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that I'm with you on the BDD hype train, but I had to throw my
the Dread vote.
What's Dread? Yeah.
I think it's going to be 11 out of 13. And you'll have one other person that went with you.
I'm thinking maybe 310.
310. That's also pretty common.
Yeah.
That's what I would say. It was kind of a dual effort to start, right? I think that the both of them were able to set up the gank in the mid lane under that mid tower very nicely. As you can see, guys, pretty packed here at Lal Park for this matchup. We get pretty packed pretty much every single time, as does look like players are getting back into their seats here for the second game.
Yeah, and after a game like that, as Home Alive, tough to know what to do.
POG incoming. Let's see who it is on the side of this game number 1. It is BDD 6-0-8, and he just did so much for this team. Look at his kill participation. He was part of pretty much everything, and he was super impressive on this R.
And a split that was not just a split, honestly, a year that was somewhat marred by disappointments for the Nongshim mid laner. Talks about it so often, but it remains kind of flabbergasting how he can have such a successful Worlds and then come back. And sure, Nongshim had their fair share of troubles, but it was also just the individual performance that wasn't quite there. As overall, okay, didn't see that one coming, but I like
7 and 6.
Truly, I think a mid-jungle team effort.
Yeah, I think that the observers are trying really hard to be extremely hipster, and it's a good look on them. I do think, I mean, well, Jonas Strong was voting for 80 carries yesterday when they weren't doing anything, so
that's Jonas Strong,
it happens, you know.
Valdez.
Well, yeah, but he's the leader of the observers, so, you know, his influence does leak a little bit.
I trust Kisun.
I don't. Kisun has sometimes even more hot takes than Jonas Strong has in the POGs.
Okay.
But it's fine. As we mentioned, it was the both of them that made it happen. But if Dread won that over BDD, I would have been a little bit miffed. I wouldn't be too happy.
Displeased?
Yeah. Home Alive chose blue side. That's a good sign. Because after game 1, I was like, well, it feels like Nongshim's read on the meta in this patch is about 17 light years ahead. So at least picking blue side is a good sign to start off.
Yeah, so you can B1 Renekton.
You know what? After game 1, I was like, bring out the holy water, but now I'm like, I don't know. I kind of like how I kind of like how this dark side feels, actually.
That's the appeal. That's how they get you, Valdez. And before you know it, you're clamoring for Renekton every single game. You're like, yeah, B1 it. I can blind that. No problem.
Why do you feel like the jungle hasn't changed at all? I mean, Vi. Vi is coming in here, and she's pretty aggressive with mid laners that can set stuff up, specifically Ahri.
I don't know. I've been personally very outspoken.
No
Nidalee, possibility
no Taliyah in the jungle.
Yeah, the Taliyah is an interesting one, or the Nidalee rather. As the Nidalee, of course, suffers from being a very resource-intensive champion. Of course, can snowball the early game, but was at our best at the power clearing meta. But yeah, even with the amount of setup that's available, I'm more of the Diana, Karthus, and Fiddlesticks.
Elise.
Once about. Ooh. You just straight Renekton Elise it?
Yeah. Why not?
Oh, okay.
I mean, the last 5 games I have watched here at the LCK have been one team winning late and then winning the game. So, yeah, you know, it doesn't mean that every single game is going to be like that, but
I respect it, Valdez.
Let's put our aggro pants on.
Okay, so it's one good Renekton game, and Valdez is like,
No, it's 5 games.
Gimme Aatrox. gimme Elise. Where's my Draven
really.
Pantheon bot lane?
Aatrox isn't really
I need murder.
that good.
No, he is.
I mean,
I believe in Eclipse, Black Cleaver, Cyrilda's Aatrox.
okay.
And we'll see it one day.
You can believe. Zeri is going to be banned here, so we've seen this happen before where you ban both on red, and you tried to force a specific matchup in the bot lane. This one may be looking like a Kalista versus Draven. Ghost, a fantastic Draven player of the past.
Wouldn't be surprising. And Mumu also still up. And the Draven can, of course, be picked up in a later rotation. Can instead try to get yourself a strong mid-jungle duo. And wouldn't be opposed to going in a very similar direction that they got for themselves last time around. Instead, BDD going to his comfort pick, picking up the Azir. And no, I like Azir. I think Azir...
No, I'm saying because you gave BDD Azir on this patch.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no,
I'm like, Homalife.
I thought it was
I should have clarified.
Yeah, because I thought it was the previous Azir BDD, which is, he had I don't know how many games I think he was 0-7 or 0-8.
Yeah.
But yeah, not the same situation anymore. Going to be the team fighting menace of the Azir, and the Wukong, of course, Azir now also a pick that can reliably bully a lot of laners in the early game. Wow. That is high prioritization here on the Leona. And as Homalife, you definitely ban Draven. That one's a no-brainer. You know what I'm thinking? I don't think it should happen, but I foresee a Jhin in our future.
Oh, yikes.
Valdez. I'm looking at this comp and I'm like, I'm seeing a Leona. Wouldn't be shocked. Wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I mean, especially because Homalife maybe just go Draven Aphelios bans here.
Yeah.
You don't really want to play Jinx. I mean, they could, but it has looked kind of...
Yeah, I think Ashe ain't bad here if you want to go
Ashe
a slightly different direction. Go Ashe, go for the build that spikes really hard. Go Shupo and Witsand or and Ginsos, and your damage won't be too high, but with the composition that you have, you're going to be looking towards your mid-jungle duo anyway for either team fighting power or damage. As expectation, as mentioned here, is that it's going to be the Varus instead. Like that. Didn't even consider that. Have seen that one kind of come up after the buffs that we saw recently. And now for Ghost, what will be the pickup here? Aphelios is one that has been a big comfort pick for Nongshim. They've very heavily gravitated towards it whenever it has been open.
Hey.
But gonna keep it hidden here. And it is Renekton, it is Azir. We're getting to it again, Valdez. It's happening all over again here for Nongshim.
Yeah, I think it's actually pretty nice. It's kind of weird to say.
No, I like it.
But
I'm down.
The blind pick Renekton, it actually has value now. Because, you know, consider the fact that he can win lane, he can put on pressure, he can pull the jungle away, and then your team can just win other lanes and get objectives.
Ooh, I don't love the Gnar on the current patch anymore. I think the pick has dropped off for a major reason, and it is something that can actually suffer, especially now Mini Gnar has been very reliably nerfed, very harshly in terms of how big your all-in windows are, and if Kana picks himself up an aggressive... Yeah, I'm liking this. We'll get to this in a little bit. But especially the Proudest Claw, like, is so good at actually utilizing these small timing windows when you are in Mini Gnar. And I think it'll be tough, as Akali, wonderful pickup that is extremely strong into the Azir, has also been a great point of comfort, and it's going to be a Aphelios. We get a couple of really fun hovers. We've heard the rumors about the Kindred AD carry. We see a little bit of Xayah, which don't love, but into the aggressive early game that is available on Homalife and the amount of dive.
Yeah, 5 dive champs.
Yeah, it makes sense, but it's just going to be Aphelios. to just be kind of left on his own, because it's the same story for the Nongshim top side here.
Felios loving the low range, but we have seen many times, we've talked about this a lot, but basically if everybody goes in together and there's no peel for a Felios, you can just blow him up before he really abuses your lack of range. So we'll see if that does happen. I think a lot of that will come down to who wins this early game and who begins their snowball.
Just like last game. And
whoa, really?
I know. Shocking revelations coming from you.
Keep
here.
Running. Keep going. Hama life.
Well, they need all the help they can get. Need all the encouragement, because that first game wasn't pretty. I don't think that looking at the overall matchups, it should be as one-sided this time around as it was in the last. As I'm looking towards Veldis, for maybe he can explain what's going on here.
I don't know if it's some kind of play on words, but she's just saying that. Oh. So Doc is the name for rice cake, but it's also something you can use for 0.
Ah.
2 to 0, and then she brought a real rice cake because it has the same.
Oh, I like it. Maybe you get hungry.
Name as
you need a snack, Veldis. I get hungry all the time.
Very clever. Very clever. Either way, guys, we do have game 2 of match 85. Let's jump into it now. Off we go. Back onto the rift. Bunch of red smiters. Any blue smite enjoyers?
Canyon yesterday.
Yeah.
That was... Canyon has not had a good split, but that Lee Sin play was pretty nuts.
It was. I think he hasn't had a great split, but that is in comparison to World's MVP level split.
That's true. Well, it's tough. It's tough with raiding Canyon, but no Lee in this game, nor a Canyon. Might be another jungle Canyon like last time around. That is definitely a possibility. As
hey man, On Fleet got 2 kills.
Drag got 6 POG votes, and he killed like 3 lanes before like what, minute 6?
I saw that On Fleek hit somebody with his keeper's verdict one time.
Now he did have the one good setup for I think like the 2 kills that they got. That's definitely true. As level 1 not going to be a fun time, and while we're at it, neither is any of the levels. As of course the early prowess of Amumu and Kalista has been seen many a time.
It's pretty interesting to see that Nongshim, even after their game 1, they essentially say, okay, we're going to ban away 2 meta picks in AD carry. Then we're going to give you one of the biggest prio AD carries in the game, and we're just going to give up bottom lane. And essentially just look to scale. As a really nice Spanish Johnson does come through. It's not going to amount to too much because Ghost and Snowflower are playing this extremely passively, which is kind of how you have to into this lane.
Ooh. With the warding they have, there is actually a window here for Dread. He's going to hit the level 3 over the Gromp here. He's going to spot the ward, so had of course the opportunity to go over the wall.
On Gromp, by the way.
Yeah.
On Gromp.
Yeah.
So yeah, this entire bottom lane is just going to be dominated by Samdi and Vista pushing it in. Maybe on red side, Nongshim are just like, we're probably going to get invaded anyway. And that is exactly what is happening right now. Looks very similar to game number 1, but this time Dread does start it up earlier. He did not finish his Krugs, so he does come on over and he does clear this out.
Yeah, Dread's pathing. Really nice. Actually avoiding the conundrum that Unfleek had last time around. And completely safe. Both junglers with pathing towards, with pathing from top to bot. And the lane with Prio obviously going to get a little bit more out of it, but might be just that. I don't even think it's going to be a double scuttle in the cards for Unfleek because he needs to clear his bot side. Doesn't really have the ability to go towards top. And Khan also going for the PTA. Huge fan of that in this matchup, as mentioned previously. You're always going to be very focused on getting short trades. And if you do all in, you're all inning mini. And you're probably trying to kill him within the time that you have allotted to you with the PTA. Conqueror not really going to get a lot of value there as Dread. Yeah, not too bothered, all things considered. Going to be able to just do a full clear. Do see that Unfleek placed the ward. Went for a play on mid, but BDD is more than happy to just walk that one off. And as a result, no early leads here. And once you get to 6 as Nongshim, your top half of the map spikes immensely. Same for Hanwha, but we do see a similar issue where Karis is playing, again, a melee character that gets bullied in lane. And bullying in lane is way more impactful this patch.
Speaking of bullying in lane, in goes Vista again. Double grabbed him into immediate cleanse out of Samdi, which does pretty much absolutely nothing, as he is unfortunately not able to follow up on the play. Snowflower is eating a lot of the damage as well. You see that Ghost is still at full health, still has 2 potions.
Yeah, both sums.
Everything got nerfed, but if you play it out well, I mean, you can still outplay the damage.
And it's important to note that if you go down a wave as Ghost and Snowflower in this lane, no problem at all. You're perfectly happy as long as you don't bleed too many plates, as long as you are not susceptible to dives, which if you keep your summoners is relatively tough. Again, it's that level 6 spike that makes it way harder, because then the Leona has her ultimate available as well. I'm liking the attempt from Vista here. Like, if he can force sums on Ghost, it can provide a really good setup for a possible 4-man dive, like we saw Nongshim do in a very similar situation.
The ward just died in the river. That was going to be a really nice timing for Onfleek if he just went for it. Dread is now nearby, and the hesitation means that it's not going to amount to anything. Dread also spotted on a ward here, so Samdi and Vista also not looking for any plays themselves.
And might have a 3v3 on our hands here.
Yeah, Snowflower just goes in trying to bait this one, but Onfleek is nearby. Gravitum is incredibly valuable as they lock down the cleanseless Samdi, and he will flash on the backside of it as well. First blood goes to the Aphelios in the bottom lane.
Disaster again for Hanwha Life, as the lack of sums comes up huge. Somebody doesn't have cleanse. Snowflower smells the weakness, goes in, blows him up, and now wave that you were ahead, gonna be shoved into turret. Kana sees that Onfleek is bot side, and zones Dudu off of a wave. Dudu, of course, gonna be able to teleport, but still, it is a very similar situation that we have. There's BDD, just throws Karis out.
Yeah, he does have Dread here, but Dread's only level 5, so I don't think they quite have the damage. They do force a ultimate, I suppose.
Yeah, ult for ult.
Yeah, not bad. Onfleek's here. I'm sure he wishes he was level 6, as does Dread. And I would expect them both to kind of just go back in the jungle, farm up level 6, get some buffs, and come back to the lanes.
Yeah, now you have an early lead on a lane that under no circumstances should be allowed to have one. And here you see, it's the combination of the Glacial Orc damage reduction plus the Eclipse, and then a beautiful Zenith Blade on an 80 carry that doesn't have cleanse. So damage is more than enough. You know, Dread doesn't have the CC available yet, but he still Wukong hurts in the early game just as well. Ghost also completely safe, can just walk up with no fear. And now, as a result, early lead on the bot side of the map. That is one of the big win conditions that you have as Hanwha Life. That one, not checked out fully yet. Still a lot of skirmishing power there. Hard engage that is available with a Fate's Call and in the Moon Ultimate. We've seen win many mid-game skirmishes, especially with an early mountain, but you can't afford too many of those as Hanwha Life.
Yeah, definitely a bit of an issue. Now Samdi without Flash. Vista and Snowflower not yet level 6, although they should be pretty close. And yeah, I'd love to see more Leona as well, just in the meta. The amount that she can tank up is kind of insane. It feels really good as a defensive pick, strangely enough.
Yeah, it's also, I think a lot of Leona players understandably are sad because pre-durability patches hold that.
Karis missed his over the wall, but he is going to flash on into that. Bit of a bouncy castle on this one. Dread gets really low. BDD now trying to go 1v2 as everybody's super low on the bottom side. Samdi just going to walk into a kill. I was not sure about that one, but maybe messing up the trade a little bit. But at least Halma-Life do get a kill in mid, and they're able to shut that down.
Very unfortunate. Karis forced to use his flash there, but at the very least they'll be able to pick themselves up the kill on Dread. And possibly a Herald, although OnFleek is relatively low, and I don't know if he'll actually be able to keep this going as Kana is fighting with Dudu.
Yeah, doesn't seem to care about this. The wallop comes in, and now Kana's coming on down.
Look at OnFleek, he's very low.
And they are going to be able to get the objective as OnFleek just zips away.
Yeah, they're respecting the Vista roam there because Dread does have the flash, doesn't have the Cyclone available, so maybe didn't want to take the risk of feeding more kills as it's just a straight up 2v2. Again.
Level 6 hit.
Yeah, Snowflower finds the all-in on some D, and then all the damage goes into this Leona. Again, Ghost is just standing there. And yeah, I think somebody maybe trying to like trade back, get something.
Get the kill on the Snowflower maybe.
Yeah, exactly. Karis looks silly, but flashing there is highly preferable over just not doing anything and just standing there like, well, my flip failed. Good luck on that one.
Yeah.
Then OnFleek, unfortunately, not able to actually connect the Q, would have killed BDD for sure. And it's an okay trade. They get the Herald as well. It's a very, very necessary little moment of respite for Halma-Life on the top side of the map. But Ghost getting fed this early on makes the game a lot harder, as long as Nongshim can control Karis. That is the big one, because for OnFleek, him getting backline access I think is very telegraphed, but Akali can find such creative angles that can be really hard to deal with without point and click CC. Now you of course have the Renekton, and you do have some tools between Cyclone and Snowflower, but I've seen Karis on his good days find ways around those. It hasn't been any of his good days in a long time. But Akali, he always looked incredible on.
I still remember the play in the top lane. The flank Karis coming in, nearly killing 4 people, getting multiple kills, getting out.
Oh, this is so good. So good. An early Mountain Drake into a dive comp when you're already in a pretty great position.
Yeah, it's pretty large, yeah.
All you need as a Felios sometimes is just a couple of extra seconds.
Yeah.
I mean, they should know Dread is here.
OnFleek goes in. They're trying to stop the bouncy castle onto Ghost, but the Curse of the Sad Mummy gets so much value, but Dread back on the trade is going to take out 2 of them. And OnFleek is going down as well. BDD was here, by the way. Decided not to go into that one. Dread is just going to pick up a triple kill, as he's right there for the counter game.
And there you see the core issue, is that even if you do throw everything into Ghost, Nongshim read that play. They were ready. Ghost still had both a summoner, so yeah, he dies. Watch Ghost care. He's played on dumb one. You know, he's been the punching bag for so long. I don't think it's really gonna bother him, and now Dread is monstrously fed, very far ahead of his opponents, and a couple more of these plays. And the life of Halma-Life will become very, very tough, because that bot side 0-3 on the Kalista, that was B1's, is not a good look. It's not surprising by any means, but Pick is just not going to provide you with that much, as this time around Snowflower kind of gets swept to the side. But there is no zombie damage in this entire fight. He gets locked down and dies. And then OnFleek and Vista are able to kill Ghost, but it costs them, well, everything.
Yeah, I mean, the AD carry damage before they even pick up 1 item. Ghost has his Gale Force now. I don't know if he had it in the fight, but he wasn't able to do damage either. But yeah, that's pretty negligible compared to what Dread was able to do in terms of damage, especially compared to OnFleek, who was basically just a setup man. So after they had used all their abilities, Dread was just there cleaning up the fight, and nobody else was really doing any damage, so it was kind of insane. OnFleek was about to run out of this Rift Herald, so he does drop it here in the river. Looks a little bit awkward, but we'll try to get some value in the mid lane.
Should be able to get the charge. Not much beyond that. Turret's still very, very healthy, so no opportunity here to get anything else. BDD.
Ooh, he's getting pretty frisky. That Zenith Blade extremely close, but not going to quite land on this one. Kana has been eating a lot of harass in the top side, but you can see that he doesn't really care. He's just hanging in there, nearing that first item himself.
Flower and Dread on the ward here. Kana.
Uh-oh, doo-doo.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting... There we go. Eating healthfully.
He's
proud of you, Kana. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
He's getting those vitamins, less of the minerals. As we are going into this fight again, Dread is here, and he has just no chill in this series. He is just dunking on this bottom lane over and over and over. And unfortunately, that means now Kalista Samdi here 0 and 4, and he feeds 2 kills over to BDD. Dread does. So now BDD's fed again.
And it's very quickly going downhill here. Karis.
Got him.
A little bit of a rest here.
Okay, he's actually going in. Just gonna go over this dragon wall, and he should be fine.
Yeah.
Well.
No, I'm sure he'll get out, but it's not a good feeling regardless.
Yeah.
As the Akali here. As the overall state of the map abhorrent for Hanwha Life. The chances of them actually being able to fight a Drake coming up, very tough. Also know that Kana actually building for the team fight here, going for a Gore Drinker, which into the many short-range characters on Hanwha Life, going to provide a ton of value as, yeah, turret is almost dead. So Hanwha Life, even if the turret stands there, you're getting taken down.
Yeah.
And
they're like, yeah, it got a little micro patch, but what if we just don't fight next to the turret instead? What if we just avoid it entirely?
Yeah, it's just not really a good outcome there, as
he does have a hop and a flash, but Dread is just so fed right now. Take a look at how much damage he's doing with the Divine Sunderer already finished. Man. He is just on the entirety of this Hanwha Life esports team.
Snowflower as well. That was a beautiful Zenith Blade. And I was not a believer, Veldas, when Effort, you know, and Peter, we got the whole carousel. But maybe it was the third support that was the charm. Sorry, Peter and Effort.
Yeah, you said carousel. I was making a bad Karis joke.
Yeah,
okay. It was really bad. Sorry, we couldn't move on.
You're getting personal? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, I just, you know, I couldn't help myself. Noshim, now they have already one Mountain Drake. They're going to now get a second Drake, and it is a singular Infernal, which is even stronger. So what we were talking about with the snowballs, at least this time they're not 8,000 gold ahead at 16, so perhaps a bit easier of a chance for Hanwha Life Esports. You see, they are trying to set up for a bit of a posture for this fight.
It's okay, fellas. Next game, Fred and Brian will show you how to drag out a game. They'll show you.
You know, I'm not convinced. I mean, they looked okay against Genji actually.
Yeah.
But
I know.
I think Genji were having a little bit of fun. A little bit of happy gaming in that one for them.
Yeah, Liv Sandbox never does it. They're always
never.
handled.
No, yeah. Extremely serious and responsible. Yes.
As we do see, going to be the Ocean Soul here. Ocean Soul still not the most popular one. But with this game state, I don't know if it's going to particularly matter. The extra resistances already being secured.
Look at Thick Shirley. The second Rift Herald, man. It just gets so much health. And yes, she does lose a lot from doing what she does and getting hit in the eye, but it does not matter because it will absolutely get that second charge, and that's really what it's designed to do. And so, big chunk damage. Sun Disc up here in the mid lane.
Ghost looking like he's opting into that BT second. I love it. Into dive. Just try to stay alive. It's not like you're going to be lacking damage with the current game state. Yeah. As, yeah, this...
봐봐. 잡았어.
That one's clean.
나이스.
Nice.
Might be a battle between Dread and Snowflower this time around. Snowflower also decided to use his money for good, picked himself up a chem tank to really
interesting.
Really bring the tank in his home. Yeah, I think it makes sense. Especially when you're able to generate like this big a lead early, opting into tank items on Leona. It's, I think, quite strong.
We've seen other tank supports instead pick up Zhonya's first, which is what Vista is going for.
The Nautilus.
Usually when they go and get ahead. I think we've seen it on Nautilus, Amumu, and even Leona once.
I think we've seen on Leona once, but yeah, it's generally Nautilus and Amumu.
Yeah, and I'm a big fan, obviously, of Stopwatch. I'm not so sure about that build, though. I'm still not 100% sure on if it's good or not, as we are getting in onto this Mega Gnar, but that does mean that Snowflower puts himself into a bit of trouble here, as he's got a Stopwatch. But the flanking Akali is the most dangerous, and Ghost is not going to survive. That's a kill apiece for Dudu and Karis as Dread. Oh, man. If he were tankier, he's going to take the Blast Plant back into the fight as BDD is just shredding through the front line. He'll take down 2 more. As that is going to be now 4-0 for the Gnasher's Tooth crown already finished on BDD.
Oh, and that was, again, I'm loving these Hail Mary attempts from Hanwha Life. Also don't know how Karis got out of there alive with the amount of... oh, yeah, true. Actually, it's just Akali. I just want to give Karis some credit. I don't get the opportunity often this split of Let me have my moment.
It's okay. It was good.
This was a good match. As do see here that Hanwha Life rather more than ready. See this play coming, and they're able to immediately get access to Ghost, who dies very quickly. Shuriken flip takes him down very, very, very efficiently. But then Dread, even though he doesn't actually pick up kills here initially, and this sequence looks very, very funny, it actually is the correct call, because with BDD still in full health and Kana also able to join the fight, and the health bars as low as they are in Hanwha Life, they'd probably trade fine if they are just able to like get that turret, get a shove, and then bully everyone out. But instead they also pick up extra kills, feed BDD even more, and yeah, Ghost, once BT is finished, I don't know if that still works.
Karis. He is Akali. Does not want to have to use anything else. So he will get out of here alive for now. Baron available. And, I mean, you've got a Aphelios and Azir and a tanky Leona. I think there is actually a world in which you can just do it, right? And, well, speak of the devil, here we go. We are just doing it. We're just gonna send it.
Oh, and as long as they turn here, I'm on board. Don't flip it for no reason. That's all I ask of you, Nongshim. Looking a little dice. There we go. That's a turn.
Looking a little bit flippy there. Ghost has about 7,000 chakrams, but the dive is insane, as it's not enough to take him down, though. They're trying to take out the Azir, and they will eventually. But that's just one thing, as Dudu is going to pick up a kill onto the Aphelios, and look at Samdi. Now he's actually got some room to hop around, and it's a 1 fight for Hanwha Life Esports.
Oh, and they're going to turn their attention towards the Baron immediately. Bounties are up. And Nongshim, beautiful flank there from On Fleek. Able to actually make his way. I don't think they can do this.
No. My money is on no.
Well, I guess if Kana was there, he could stop them.
He'd rather take the Ocean Drake.
Yeah, I don't know if they have the stats.
There are a lot of sticks. There are a lot of sticks in the Baron, and it looks like the answer was yes. I was wrong. It is enough to take it down, and Kana says, well, I'll just take a singular Ocean Drake instead.
Yeah, but On
Fleek
Fleek is on his way, and he does have Smite. And Baron, but we'll get into that in a little bit. On Fleek wisely decides, I'd rather have Baron buff than maybe a Drake, and definitely dying, which I think is a good call.
Yeah. The buff to Ocean Drake, by the way, guys, it went from 2% missing health to 3% missing health per 5.
I know you're making fun of it. I am a firm believer
1% gain poggers.
That it is very valuable as long as you're still in a laning state. So I think an early Ocean Drake has risen in value dramatically.
I think that Ghost might earn more health from his lifesteal than the Ocean Drake.
Oh, yeah, I'm pretty sure he will.
Yep.
IS Conqueror as well. You know, he's ready to go.
Nice to get the stacking of the health regen, jokes aside. As let's see this push from Life with the Baron buff. It's not amounting to too much. They are not willing to stand their ground here on the one cannon minion, so it's not going to amount to much, especially when you're pushing into Aphelios and Azir and you're not threatening them, so they'll just clear all these Baron minions, no biggie.
And overall, state of the game, still not amazing for Life as deep flank coming through.
All right, they want to pull out all the stops. They get into that back line. Somdi, he is hopping. He is not stopping, but they will stop him. Down he does go, as the flank will work out here for the side of Nongshim. It will put an end to this one as Follow Flash comes through from Snowflower, but it is not enough to actually lock him down. So even against the Baron push, Nongshim put a stop to it.
Unfortunately for Nongshim, they'd already gotten this turret, and there's no side waves in a good position. So instead they say, we drop our own turret, and now they're sieging against the Baron buff.
Yeah.
And they're gonna make it work, Valdez.
Saying, come at me, bro. I mean, there's not really much that Life have here. They don't have Meganar just yet. And even 4v5, they are considering it, but...
How many flanks can we... I feel like we've had like 15 flanks in this game already. Are they ever going to stop? It's not even a hex deck. Rifts, there's so many.
Yeah.
As this is the story of On Flake's flank.
No, we got a fight in live. That's a flash away from a Mumu. As I... Okay, we're not going to watch the fight.
Maybe?
Yeah, continue on the replay.
No.
I think we're...
Yeah, as we can see, the moment that Ghost goes down, even though he does an admirable job of staying alive for a little bit longer, that was the late timing on the teleport. Very important. Oh, Vista. Ideally, you'd pick it up and then maybe somebody makes it out. Instead, both get taken down, or rather, somebody gets taken down, and it's a big win as Kana using the ocean value.
Look at that! The dominance
Look
buff.
at that!
The dominance damage buff! And is BDD going to come in and steal the kill? No, neither of them will get it.
Yeah.
Flash pretty good.
Save your sums for the subsequent fight that gets you the Ocean Soul. Because a solid call. BDD getting closer to what I assume will be a Shadow Flame, based on the lack of Amar that his opponents have been building. Although it is BDD, and I don't think Deathcap is bad by any means. Also, the reason why I say it's BDD is because he has, in his time, made some controversial itemization choices.
Yes.
Don't think this is one that necessarily makes the list, but they have been there.
Yeah, I'm on board. He has a stopwatch, so...
Stopwatch, AP, they got Valdez on board.
Yeah, he is going boom boom damage plus stopwatch. That is my favorite iteration.
That's the Valdez
unless
line.
you're massively ahead and you just want defense, so that you don't get 100-0'd by CC on the enemy team. In which case, I would be okay if he went for, like, I don't know, Banshee's Veil or something like that. Just thinking about a Mumu and Karis, who has specifically picked up a lot of farm. But not in this case. I think the AP is just fine. As Ocean Soul Drake.
Ooh, that rift, that ward surviving is big. Means that Nongshim don't actually get full control here. Wonder if they're going to be able to pick it up. But most importantly, Nongshim are the one that have most of these rushes warded. Kana, not a good target. Has Stopwatch, Starex, Gore Drinker, Flash, and Dominus. So don't want to go in on him.
Is this like the first week of spring? Remember Gore Drinker, Starex on every single top laner?
Oh, on fleek. That's a flank. Who got found?
Flanks on flanks. And on fleek just...
Snopes out.
He's trying to be on flank in this game, but it's not really working out. It has, but not in this case.
I liked it. 7 out of 10.
Thanks.
Good effort.
Flanks. Flanks you.
Okay. No, we gotta draw the line somewhere, Valdez.
Sorry.
It's okay.
And we are setting up for this fight here. We do have 4 members of Nongshim in the pit right now, or nearing the pit. Just trying to set up this one, but look who's flanking. It's on flank. He's behind them all, thinking about choosing BDD as his target, but not going to go for it.
Yeah. Got spotted out there. Ward coverage is good. And neither team really really committing here.
It does take about 7 years to take down this Drake, so Nongsim know they have some time. Crown still available here on BDD. He's not going to take any damage in the beginning. Just goes straight into the stopwatch. And even though he gets knocked up afterwards, it does not matter. Nearly dies at the end, as Karis is desperate to try to get this in the wall. Is beautiful. BDD rather does say nope in his face and takes him down. That is going to be Ocean Soul here for Nongsim.
And with that, the hopes of Hanwha Life might be dashed here upon this loss. They are locked in, guaranteed 10th place, Veldes.
Oh.
And for Nongsim Red Force, sure, it's too late. Sure, it was a rough split, but at this point, I think you'll take anything. And at the very least, players hopefully feel a little bit of relief and a little bit of respite, as this fight starts off with a hard engage on Crown. And unsurprisingly, it doesn't really work. On Fleek, it's taken low. Ghost isn't threatened at all. And then Karis tries to at very least get a kill on BDD. And instead, perfect executions right into an Azir wall. It is a sad time for Hanwha Life. It's a good time for Nongsim to just pick up the Baron. And
good times. I learned how to say good times in French recently.
You did?
Yeah.
You wanna share the backstory as to how that happened?
It's the name of a cafe that sells great donuts.
Yeah?
Near Lal Park.
We actually got them yesterday.
We did.
It was quite the adventure.
We got 12 of them.
We got tiramisu.
Yes.
Oreo.
Yep.
Peanut butter.
Yes.
And lotus, or speculoos, if you're, from Belgium or the Netherlands, I guess.
Yeah. There are some of them, there are some viewers out there from Belgium or the Netherlands. Shout out to you guys.
It's not that many.
Only you guys, not anybody else. Sorry.
Well, any donut enjoyers, maybe.
Okay, donut enjoyers.
But the name was
we can include donut.
Good times in French as well.
Max did say that everybody, if you're human, is a donut enjoyer, but an enjoyer of fights is Ghost, and he is going to pick that one up. Nice engage from Vista, but a little bit too little too late. Samdi is just going to dodge and save his support, who just stays in the Fate's Call. Dread goes on in as he is looking for more, and it feels like everybody's got stasis at this point in time. Because why not? When your bags are this full of money, you might as well purchase something with them. Vista does not have stopwatch anymore. He's just trying to get something done here for his team. Karis in the back line will take out BDD. As Kana picks up a kill for himself. Samdi and Karis desperately trying to hold on to this base. It's not looking too good, but they are giving it their best shot. In goes Dread, looking for the engage, looking for some more kills. As it's not amounting to too much, Stopwatch going to avoid the kill onto Ghost. And the Ghost may just want to hit that Nexus now. He's getting pretty low, but he will take that kill first. As in goes Dudu once again, but he will be taken out by Ghost as well, who will pad the stats at the end. That is a 2-0 from Nongsim. Clean victory here tonight. Actually, nothing to see. Although Nongsim looking good is good.
Yeah, smiles all across the board here for Nongsim. And valiant effort, I think, here from a team that has been painful to watch because the discomfort of the players, the stress that they were under, the amount of losses that they had acquired was from a roster with players that have been so successful in their career, just a bad time. And what we see here is a team that might not matter that much for the standings. It might not matter that much for the overall course of the LCK, but most importantly, I think it matters for Nongsim. The players look a little bit happier, and all you can wish for after such a bad year is at least a little bit of a happy ending.
Yeah. This says, what can't Kana do? He Kana do everything. I'll show myself. It's been a rough start.
You're okay. You're okay, Veldes. You're hanging in there. I'm proud of you. We're making it through.
This second game at least was more fun than the first game.
It was.
Because game one was just an Omega stomp. This one was actually a little bit closer.
It was a game with a bunch of, I think, relatively fun fights. Even though Hanwha Life were not able to really make a big dent. They stayed relatively even in terms of item and gold parity. And Snowflower, absolutely wonderful game on the Leona as well.
Yeah.
I had to go for Dread again because, you know, he was robbed in game 1. So I'm kidding. VDD earned that one. But wouldn't be surprised if it ends up being the support. A very clean Leona game, really high impact in the early game, and able to get his team on the right foot. And overall, Nongshim Red Force, very clearly the better team here today.
Yeah, some of the early fights, just beginning with this, you know, Dread was hovering around the bottom side, so was On Fleet, but every single time a 3v3 broke out, it was heavily in Nongshim's favor. This one also included, even though Ghost did go down, they just went so far down the lane, and Dread hadn't even cast an ability yet. So he's like, yep, nom nom nom, I'll clean all this up, thank you for the triple kill. And he did go on to pretty hard carry from here on out. I think he and Snowflower were two of the biggest threats in this game from Nongshim.
And this is one of the moments where Hanwha Life fans might have thought, ooh, can they turn it? As the flanks from Karis and On Fleet come through, but maybe if they had a Meganor as well, maybe if the Gold League wasn't as big, they could have won this fight a little bit faster and could have gotten the Baron a little bit faster, maybe picked up more gold, but yeah, it's calls like this where Hanwha Life throws everything into a crown that really make you think this roster in spring, it wasn't the best, but it had some moments. And in summer, there's moments where hard to find.
Yeah. I'm curious to hear what they say here.
Yeah, this one lasts a while. They really don't want to take down the Nexus.
You could hear they were like, not sure. BDD's calling this from the grave. Saying 8 seconds on Gnar. End it.
아칼리 좀 잡다.
Get a Kali, says Ghost.
나를 노브레이크.
다 잡던가 그냥.
야 들어와줘.
들어 KD 관리할래.
Ghost is like, get in the fountain.
Get him!
I need more kills.
Get him!
And, well, Ghost, he did do the most damage, so that's that. Karis tried. I liked how, you know, in this game, even though it's, you know, kind of a sad situation for Hanwha Life, he's like, you know what, just going to pull out my pocket pick, see what I can do. And he actually looked good on it, even though his team did not.
No.
He tried.
He did. And that's about as good as it gets, unfortunately, when it comes to Hanwha Life right now. They have one more series to play this Sunday. And with this loss, they are, in fact, locked in for a 10th place. No way to go. Not up, no down.
Yeah, at least they locked it in, I guess. Yeah, pretty rough. I'm glad that Nongshim are looking better as the year has come along. It is a bit too little too late for sure, but better now than never. You know, better than to be 10th, I guess. Let's take a look at the standings now that we do have this match completing. I don't think there's any chance for Nongshim to overcome Kwangnam Freaks. I think they only have one match left, so. Yeah,
exactly. So they can get relatively close, which by itself would have been unimaginable a little while ago. And are probably looking good as to keep in at 8th place. Fred Brian going to play Live Sandbox, and Fred Brian has in the past made some miracles happen. But that matchup obviously very favored towards Sandbox. So Nongshim, even with the match that they still play on Sunday, looking like a 8th place as overall.
Wow, we all got wrecked on that Live Sandbox versus T1.
Yeah,
except Cubby, you can put him down there at the bottom. He's in Live Sandbox.
I stand by it. I am still terrified. The moment I have faith in Sandbox, they are gonna start letting me down. So
you voted for Live Sandbox in the next match, though.
Well, yeah, I'm doubtful. I'm not completely without faith.
Okay, I see. Yeah, and they are the heavy favorites. You'll note that the only big difference is the last match of the entire season.
Ooh.
Nongshim versus Kwangnam Freaks.
Well.
Split down the middle, play-by-plays versus caller casters, and yeah,
after this,
I think that you're wrong.
What?
Atlas did also go for Dominant over T1. I'm not so sure what to think about that, to be honest. Could be right. It's possible.
Yeah, with the form of both teams kind of trending and Dominant kind of stable, T1 somewhat downwards. Final match will be Nongshim Red Force against Kwangdong, as we just saw. And then Hanwha Live going to take on DRX, a team which has had their fair share of issues themselves. Although, you know, compared to Hanwha, DRX is looking peachy.
Yeah.
They made playoffs, so can't feel too bad for them.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting Sunday, we can say.
Yeah.
I mean, that last match could go back and forth. Maybe actually finally get 3 games in this week. Because right now it's looking like we might just have continuous 2-0s, which, although it does make the winning team look really strong, you know, I'd like some more back and forth series, not just Omega stomps every time.
Yeah, I really appreciate the struggle. Oh, look at that. Lovely graphic here in terms of how it looks. Very unfortunate graphic in terms of actual standings. As we see, Nongshim, small resurgence at the beginning.
Nobody above 5th place. Nobody 5th place or above.
Yeah.
Nongshim peaked at 6th.
That ain't bad. That's a playoff spot.
It is a playoff spot.
But yeah, they didn't really hold on to that one. And Hanwha Live, back in the place that they found themselves in many a year. I don't know if this split was as rough as the, I want to say 2020 spring one? I mean 2020 summer.
Yeah.
The Viper and Lahens situation.
I think they got 8th in that split.
I know one of them they got 10th,
maybe.
If I remember correctly, but it was not good. And then Viper won Worlds next year.
So, all right, cool. See you guys later. I'm going to China. We're picking up a Worlds win.
Peace out.
Yeah.
He did peace out.
You guys might be a little bit confused as to why there are replays behind us and we don't have an analyst carpet space today. Make sure you send your love to Atlas on Twitter. He's not feeling well, so I was not able to do the carpet space today. Hoping that he's coming back in good form, ready for playoffs. That is the hope, of course. And yeah, just means that we get to chill here, wait for the POG votes, and see if Dread picks it up or Snowflower picks it up.
I'm feeling good about Dread.
How many BDD votes? I'm gonna say 1 from Media,
1 from Jonah
and 1
Strong?
from Observer. Not Jonah Strong though.
Okay. Let's see.
Let's see who picks it up. It is Snowflower, his first. And this is, you know, his first. I mean, he came in here in round 2 with the team, so kind of makes sense. And he did have an excellent game today.
Really did. Leona, highly prioritized, picked up in R3 of the draft. And as it turns out, actually works out. Tanked so much damage. Went for a snowbally build, which works wonderfully. And overall was highly impactful throughout every skirmish. This one, really the most flashy one, able to catch the Gnar mid-hop, and even the flash did not take away from the wrath of the sun. As overall, I think a very good game here from Nongshim. As let's see what we end up.
Oh, I got the media vote right. But there was 1 vote for Ghost as well from ChinaCast, from Teddy over there. Interesting. Also an 80 carry enjoyer, so it kind of makes sense. I thought maybe Jonas.
Oh, I thought you earned a Dread.
Not today.
Not today.
Chronicler currently 0 and 2 on POG votes. Anything you want to say for yourself?
Yeah, I'm with Team Observer. I stand in good company.
Okay. That is one thing you could say.
Generally they are. Generally they are. Outside of the odd. Okay, well,
okay, sometimes.
Okay, I see
sometimes,
how it is. I see how it is. But no. You know what? You vote. You vote. You see how you'd like.
Gladly.
Well, no, I can't actually do it. I can't actually give it up because it's my vote.
You could let me vote for you, I guess. I don't know if that's allowed.
How would they know?
They wouldn't know.
They would never know.
Just give it to me. Guys, looks like we do have an interview ready. I'm going to hand it over to G-Sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisun for the POG interview. Not actually. It's actually the entire Nongshim Red Force players joining the post-game interview as we are nearing the end of the regular split. Congratulations on the win. Kana, how do you feel? Today, I'm so happy that we got the 2-0 win. And today, I don't think I made any kind of a standout performance or place, but I'm so thankful that my teammates did a great job. Kana, you played Renekton for 2 games in a row. Well, Dudu has been doing a great job recently, so was Renekton something you prepared to kind of deal with the current Dudu's form? Not really. I mean, we're having a lot of tanks on the top lane recently, and then I saw Renekton getting buff. And this is a really good pick to have priority up until the Herald timing. I know every match matters, but I think today really meant a lot more. So what was your mindset coming into low park today? I gotta play well. And then let's move on to Dread. You have been ramping up recently, and today you are able to see even better performance. Are you satisfied with your performance today? Yeah, I do. I am, and I think I had a lot of fun, which makes me really happy. In game 1, we had a huge kind of teamwork with the RE comp. You were counter jungling the opponent, and then the back-to-back turret dive was so on point. So you were playing against Poppy in game number 1. What was your plan dealing with Poppy and her early game? As soon as or as long as I can spot Poppy in the jungle, you know, our laners would be able to solidify their lead. So I was able to have a really easy one. I think those early dives are so on point and very decisive. Were you the one making the calls? It's more about the teamwork, you know, all together. Well, you did a great job, but you were so close to winning the POG. I'm not sure about the game number 2, but there are some moments where I played really well because, you know, also our teammates were doing a great job. So what can I say? And I saw Dread, you're giving BDD a look when you were answering that. So how was your teamwork with BDD and Dread? I think we were doing whatever we could do, you know, everything we could do, and it was a very clean game. I'm happy. And then in game 2, you first picked Azir, you know. Obviously your signature pick. However, this summer was not your Azir season. Well, it's not just about the Azir, it's more about my own gameplay. Speaking of that, you know, Nongshim Red Force still has one more match to play. So how do you look back this entire summer split, BDD? Well, I think we were able to figure out what we have to work on and improve, but it took us so long to actually get better at it. So I think we really have to do better next time. Let's hear from Ghost. This summer split, you were showing off your deep champion pool. You played 13 picks so far. So what's your thought on the current meta? Well, I was not aware of that, but there were not many picks where that I could play early on, and then later on with the patches, I was able to play more picks, I guess. You know, because bottom lane meta kind of changed on and on. Speaking of new picks, I think Sivir was one of them, and you were having a great success on that pick this summer, 4-0. Does that connect with you really well? Right now, Sivir itself is really strong, and also I'm an old pro gamer, you know, which means I'm good at old champions. And you started playing together with Nunkot Snowflower this summer split. How was your teamwork? It has not been that long since we played together, so yeah, like finding the best teamwork was not easy, but I think we pushed through really well, and he has a great personality, so I had great times with him. Now let's hear from the game number 2 POG. I think this is our first time to hear from you on Nongshim. Hi, I'm Nongshim's new support Snowflower. Welcome, Snowflower. For the POG to the POG interview, Snowflower, after you joined the starting roster, Nongshim Red Force was able to actually slowly ramp up, and you were the most vocal player on the side of Nongshim in terms of shot calling. I mean, even before I joined Nongshim, all 6 players and the coaching staff were great people. You know, they had great personality. The team atmosphere was so good, so I was able to adapt to the new team really well. I saw a lot of interviews where other Nongshim players mentioned about your shot call, which is really good. What kind of role were you supposed to play? Well, starting off the second round, I was not good at shot calling, but I'm still working on it, you know. It was our pleasure to have the entire Nongshim roster up on the stage for this interview, but we still have one more match to go, which is against Kwangdong Freaks. Ghost, what is your mindset heading into the very last one? I really wanted to say this on the interview. We still have one more match to play, but I really would like to say thank you for all the fans who have been supporting us starting from the spring split, and please keep supporting us until the very last one, and I love you guys. Thank you. And this will be the end of the interview from the Nongshim Red Force players, and back to the casters. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, as a wonderful, heartwarming interview with all of them. I suppose, you know, they're up there on stage, give them a chance to all speak out. As Ghost thanks all the fans for their support over the course of this year. Hasn't been easy for Nongshim, but we're hoping that things can turn around in the future.
Yeah, I always like interviews like that. Always get you really wholesome. Everyone, you know, we didn't have the best time, but at least we can end it strong.
Yeah, well, guys, we do have a second matchup. It will be about after 50 minutes or so. Fred Brian up against Liv Sandbox. We'll see you then.
신인이 아닌 것 같죠? 네, 저도 많이 놀랐어요. 왜 루키즈에 있는 거지?
신인이라고 하면 보통 너무 공격적이어서 데스수가 많거나 아니면 너무 수비적이어서 눈에 안 띄거나 약간 이렇게 안 좋게 시작하는 선수들이 굉장히 많은데 너무 다 좋은 모습을 보여주기 때문에 이 선수가 진짜 과연 신인이 맞나?
Plays like he is a top laner with 5 years of experience. So he plays team fights extremely well. His side laning is really good. He's just like the perfect all-rounder.
첫인상은 어땠어요, 제우스 선수? 오죠. 제우스 같은 경우에는 너무 어려워 보였어요, 처음에. 딱 이제 지하 1층 연습실이었는데 지하 1층에 내려가자마자 다 게임을 하고 있는데 버섯머리여가지고 갑자기 나한테 와가지고 그냥 안녕하세요 하는데 처음엔 귀엽고
되게 무섭게 생긴 거예요. 그래서 저는 한 일주일간은 아무 말도 안 하고 있다가 그러다가 점점 자연스럽게 친해진 것 같아요. 이게 현중이 그 트레이드마크 한숨이 있거든요. 약간 이런 한숨이 있는데 막 그런 거 쓰고 막 키보드 세게 눌러서 좀 쫄아 있었던 것 같습니다.
그냥 약간 눈치를 좀 줬었던 것 같아요, 다른 사람들한테.
키보드를 세게 누른다고.
키보드 그러니까 키보드도 세게 눌렀을 때도 있긴 한데 그걸 다 기억하고 말했네요, 그 친구가. 제일 의지할 수 있는 사람이 저랑 이제 우재 서로였었던 것 같아서 서로 제일 많이 얘기도 하기도 했었고 디오도 많이 하면서 그래서 좀 많이 친해졌었던 것 같아요.
T1 연습생들은 항상 유명해요. 항상 너무 잘하는 선수들이라서 되게 유명한데 근데 뭐 T1 연습생 중에 탑 잘 치는 2명 있다 뭐 이런 얘기가 들리더라고요. 그래서 그게 제우스랑 버돌이었고 본격적으로 되게 가까이 와닿았던 게 롤더넥스트에 출연을 하면서
그 팀에서 막 소문이 돌았어요. 막 롤판 프로듀스 그걸 한다고. 솔직히 원래 그런 거에 좀 적극적인 스타일은 아니었는데 다른 선수들도 다 나간다고 하고 팀에서도 이렇게 권유해 주셔서 아 그래 그냥 할 것도 없네 그냥 나가보자.
맞어 이거. 제우스 아주 더 들어가면서 한 명 제거 나머지까지 잘라내는 모습. 지금까지 버텼는데 야 이거 안 가네 제우스가.
딜이 안 나와요.
네.
당시에는 이제 한타를 되게 잘한다. 한타 할 때 넓게 볼 수 있다. 전황을 터널 시야라고 하죠. 근데 캐릭터밖에 안 보이기 마련인데 제우스 선수는 그런 게 없다. 그런 평가를 팀 내부적으로 들었다고 들었고요. 성장 속도도 그때부터 좀 빨랐던 것 같아요.
저도 그때 좀 확실히 알았던 것 같아요. 이 선수 좀 잘하는데? 좀 크게 될 선수인가? 저 선수 언제 데뷔해서 좀 보여줄 수 있을까? 이런 궁금증을 갖게 하는 그런 선수였던 것 같아요.
제복에 있었던 만큼 아참을 빠지고 또
잡아주고요.
캔디를 잡습니다.
빅토르
잡습니다. 자 제우스 첫 킬 기록했고요. 피너시 보고 있습니다만 제우스에게 첫 데스를 한번 안겨야죠.
일단 전멸이 아직 이제 찬데요.
네,
과연
켈리가
네 이게 데미지가 안
너무
되고
스파이크라서 우리 미스가 모자라거든요. 제우스 제법 죽여버린다. 더블 킬.
농심전 때 리치 선수랑 했던 것 같은데 근데 긴장을 되게 많이 했었는데 솔직히 뭔가 제가 잘했다기보다는 뭔가 그냥 오늘 운이 좀 잘 맞는다 이런 느낌을 받았어가지고 뭐 엄청 만족스럽진 않았던 것 같아요. 역시 예상대로 좀 쉽지 않더라고요, LCK가. 그래서 쓰라린 경험을 한번 하고 또
그런 과정 속에서 DRX는 저 탑을 못 민 게 결국 조금 기분 나쁘다는 거 말씀드리려고 했는데 킹게 솔로킬. 스킬 안 맞은 게 좀 그래도
이게 우리가 튼튼해가지고
충분할 수 있을 것 같은데 뒤쪽에서 못 빠져나가요. 결국은
하면서
표식이.
하루 종일 좀 라인전에서 좀 수비적으로 하다가 결국에는 뭐 타워도 뚫리고 솔킬도 되고 그랬거든요. 그래서 그때 너무 감정이 좀 안 좋았고 경기 치고 이제 그냥 가만히 앉아 있는데 너무 분하기도 하고 좀 너무 쓰라렸던 것 같습니다.
불안한 건 있었던 것 같긴 해요. 우재를 포함해서 5명에서 맞춰본 거는 막 오래되진 않았다고 생각을 해가지고 그냥 좋은 성적이 나올 수 있을까?
We saw him play a couple of NAR games in his first season, and he was good, but he wasn't like fantastic. So we were like, oh, you know, he's good, you know. But then the next season, it was like, whoa, okay, like who is this guy?
스프링 시즌에서 제우스의 베스트 챔피언.
제이스랑
주머니 열어봤는데 상대가 주머니.
제우스!
네, 어이구.
캐리아리
복싱.
나르랑
그 다음에.
그리고 제우스가 분명을
메가나르가. 제우스가. 우와!
그라가스
왔는데 사용 선고에 빨려 들어갔습니다.
맞았어요. 세게 맞았어요.
이거 위험한데요. 도간격 저 도하러 켰겠죠.
아 이러면 용 포기하면 원래 안 돼.
제우스 선수의 진짜 면모는 이번 연도부터 나오는 것 같아요. 진짜 뭐 지금 뭐 씹어먹고 있죠 그냥.
제가 ML을 시즌 1부터 봤단 말이에요. 그랬는데 이런 케이스는 없는 것 같아요. 본인이 뭐 명상을 하면서 수영을 했다든지 그렇게밖에 얘기가 안 되지 않나.
그냥 저는 평소대로 했던 것 같고, 그리고 비교적으로 좀 더 여유가 생겼던 것 같고, 여유가 있으니까 이제 좀 더 자신감 있게 해볼 수도 있고, 그래서 그렇게 보였던 것 같습니다.
저는 좋은데 3명 오고 있거든요. 3명 불도 끄고요. 스킬이 먼저 보자. 그 전에 먹고 독박. 네, 먹고 생각하자인데 몇 명이 차 있지? 도망가야 될 것 같은데요. 네, 맞습니다. 근데 이게 이게 있나요? 생각인데요. 이거 롱가로 걸리면 만화 없거든요. 빅토르. 3일이 돌아요. 3일도 돌아요. 네, 룰러 1, 2, 5 한 명도 살려보내지 마라. 딱 들어갑니다. 버드라케 있거든요. 도라 궁 있어요. 그래서 달려들면서 궁 있어요. 도라 같이 사람을 하나 잡고 치돌이자 나보다 도라 숨었는데 안쪽에서 오 데미지로 몰았대. 데미지로 잡았어. 야 갈리 여기서 그런데 빨아들였고요. 빨아들였고 열고요. 빨아들였대요. 눌러
세 번째 판이 되게 분기점이었던 것 같은데, 마지막 한타에서 앞에 좀 카미를 무시하고 그 상대 원딜한테 포킹을 맞춘 그게 있거든요.
아리가 왔어. 아리가 더 해야 돼요. 진짜 저비압을 나왔고.
이런 상황에서도 그래도 집중 잘해서 잘했던 것 같다면서 되게 만족스러웠고, 그 다음 판에서도 좀 아크샨이 나왔거든요. 그래서 좀 이거 엄청난 도박이다.
살짝 당황하긴 했어요. 제가 아크샨을 플레이를 안 해봤었어가지고 제가 비에고였는데 이거 어떻게 해야 되냐라는 생각했었는데, 탑적으로 초반부터 잘 파면은 그냥 편하게 우재도 캐넨 잘하기도 하고 편하게 이길 수 있을 것 같다 해서.
일종의 좀 진검승부 매치가 되는 것보단
이거 비에고 한명 더 있는 거예요. 아니 아크샨을 잡으면 잡히면 안 되는데요.
현준이 형이 이거 그냥 가면 될 것 같은데? 해서 왔는데 잡아가지고 와 이거 탑 진짜 그냥 기분 너무 좋다 해서 분위기 좋게 그렇게 이겼던 것 같습니다.
그냥 좀 편했었던 것 같아요. 그때는 과정 자체도 저희는 좋았다고 생각했었고 다 자신감도 있던 상태여가지고 무조건 이길 것 같다라는 마음밖에 안 들었었던 것 같아요. 그때는.
초만 더 버티면 나와 신났어요. 그 말씀 너무 신났어요. 에덴선 제제. 바로 오늘이 T1의 새로운 역사가 또 한 번 쓰여지는 날입니다. T1과 팬컵 V10 달성! 전승 우승 달성입니다. V10 T1.
끝나고 보니까는 진짜 엄청난 기록을 세운 것 같다라는 생각이 들었고, 이게 사실 실감이 잘 안 났는데 저한테 있어서 엄청난 경험이고 다시는 이제 잊지 못할 봄이었다라고 생각합니다.
저희끼리 그냥 하는 말로 저는 MSI 보면서 이 선수가 한 경기에 원버가 1억씩 올렸다 그런 생각을 했었거든요. 그 정도로 뭐 사실 이 선수는 장면 하나를 찍어서 얘기하는 게 의미 없을 정도로 너무 대단한 선수가 됐죠.
제우스를 상징하는 거는 솔로킬이 아니에요. 상대 드리블하는 게 상징입니다.
갱공 타이밍까지 왔고요.
안면 강타입니다.
날카로운데요.
데미장식 연결.
깔끔하게 죽는 게 맞는 것 같은데.
이거 제우스 대박
보입니다.
깔끔하게 죽을 필요 없다.
이거 나 살 수 있다?
비에고 전면 없는 걸 기억해서 그렇지.
와, 제우스!
솔킬 누구나 딸 수 있어요. 근데 그게 영향력이 어떻게 보면 드리블보다 낮을 수도 있거든요. 근데 제일 뿌리기 좋은 건 상대 턴 빼는 거예요. 상대 아무것도 못하게 뻥찌게 만드는 거.
그게 팀 시너지랑 너무 잘 어우러지면서 이렇게 완전히 터졌다고 생각을 해요. 탑에서 포스트를 쓰지 않고 상대 갱을 흘려내고 그냥 혼자 꿋꿋이 다 하니까 밑에서 너무 편안한 거죠. 그 흘려낼 때 전멸을 안 쓰고 무빙으로만 스킬을 피하면서 이렇게 흘려낸 적이 있어요. 그 장면이 있는데 이 선수는 진짜 다르다. 뭔가 다른 선수다.
You know, everybody says he's like lightning, but for me, I feel like he's like an ocean. He's everywhere. You know, you can feel his presence everywhere on the map. You know, he's not only focused on his lane, he will win his lane and then he will go to other side of the map and win the team fight for his team, and he's just surrounding you, kind of suffocating you. You know, the confidence, the aggression, the composure, and once he gets experience, I mean, I think it'll be hard for anyone to really best him in the future.
나중에 좀 저 선수는 좀 뭔가 특별한 힘이 있다? 네, 그런 선수가 되고 싶은 것 같아요.
특별한 힘?
그냥 좀 저 선수만이 좀 할 수 있는 그런 플레이라던가 팀이 좀 지고 있을 때 그냥 든든하게 해줄 수 있는 그런 선수가 되고 싶은 것 같아요.
Let's talk about what 12-14 actually means for our teams heading into playoffs.
Well, it's one easy one. I'm going to get it out of the way right now.
All right, do it.
Gen.G's Busto. They're winning every lane besides top. Don't mention that one. So hard. And they're already snowballing the best out of any of our teams. And they're going to do it even better now because Sustain has been nerfed. They have the best laning mid laner.
The best
in the
jungler
LCK,
and the best bottom.
Well, I mean, like, I think I'd even feel confident saying that, like, when it comes to pure laning, Chovy is probably just the best mid in the world. I don't want to claim that he's
the best laner in the world.
The
Has been for like 2 years, 3 years.
Yeah, well, so if you then get nerfs to sustain and laning is made more relevant because of the prevalence of early objectives, I think that's nuts. I also think that for Sandbox, it's going to be a really tough time because generally the early game is very binary, and now those miracle comebacks are going to be way harder. So those are my like quick takes.
Another quick take, I think KT gets a huge buff. Because even though Vikla gets nerfed, Rascal is going to be picking only dominant laners, like Lee Sin has to be perma-nerfed against him, and top priority is going to be more important because we need to fight over every Rift Herald.
I think that, like I mentioned a little bit earlier, I think Guma Keria have had some pretty weak laning this season, so not that it'll give them any problems until they face Gen.G necessarily, but it could be, when you consider that Ruler is the strongest part of Gen.G right now in this meta, Chovy obviously very close second, versus Guma Keria having some shaky lanes in terms of trading in particular, where they've actually been forced out of lane several times this season, even in matchups where, like, Guma's on Draven and it's expected that he will be winning it, they're not. So I think this hits T1 pretty hard. I do agree on the sentiment of Rip Sandbox. Not going to be a great patch for them, I don't think. But I think Gen.G's ability to cross-map is one of their greatest strengths this season, and I think it's something we don't talk about as much because it's not as cool as like Chovy having like 30 CS up, Doran holding the aggro top side, and then Peanut just changing the entire way we look at the jungle this season. But I think their cross-map plays, even when they give up objectives, has been amazing. So I think they're going to be the fastest team to figure out how do you just give a Herald and then get something somewhere else? How do you actually get an early Drake and make that work? How do you draft a composition that does that? They have Score. He's been a great coach for them this season. I think this patch solidifies in my mind that Gen.G is the favorites to win this tournament 100%. Like, I think they are the biggest winners of this, and it's unfortunate for anyone who stands in their way.
I counter you. Wait till Zeus locks in Yorick. See what happens. Oh
no!
I
feel so cold right now.
And you know what? Along those lines, LeBlanc got buffed and Faker. Yeah. Even though for a long time he was
closer.
Or
yes,
Chovy.
and closer. Yeah, but you know, Faker as well had a very illustrious career as a lane dominant player, and even though nowadays he's more of a facilitator, maybe this will be a spark for him to be like, I'm going Scorch, like crazy all in Aurelia, like who knows? You know, maybe T1 changed their style. Like you never know.
It's really interesting because I do agree with you, Wolf, that like Guma and Carrier take a little bit of a hit, but the top side of T1 is probably still the best in the league just because of how good Zeus and Owner are as a 1-2 and how Faker as a facilitator
Speaking of Lee
still
Sin
is
needing to be perma-banned, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, what if this brings back Jace? I don't want to think about that, but
I mean, when Wolf said poke, I was terrified. I was terrified of Zeus's Jace.
Yeah, so in that way, I think especially after seeing the series where Doran, was it Genji, where he had a really rough time? I think it was.
I mean, he has had a few roughies.
Well, but like I feel like Doran is again like he was kind of rough at the beginning, then he was really good in the middle, and then like the last few matches we've seen him be.
I think he's still been very good. He's still been very good in the last couple of series, and also like when he can play champions like Akali and things like this that he has really excelled on, then I think that Doran does look good.
Yeah, but he went like didn't he look like 0-5? I'm like thinking of like an 0-5 Gangplank game like
I think it was
0-3,
but yeah.
0-3 against Dom1, I think.
Yeah, no, I think he went like 0-3 against.
So I remember that one as
I think it's the Dom1 series, and he went like 0-3.
I maybe getting an extra way to try and leverage that pressure might help teams against Genji. I don't think it's going to be enough, but I think it's an interesting discussion to have. Ties into what we were talking about earlier as well, where on top side I still think T1 has the edge, but overall, I do agree with Wolf, like Genji's basically doing what T1 did last split, where they're perma-prioed every time. Every lane is always shoved in, so it makes any other play really easy with the exception of top. For Dom1, no clue what it means. No idea. I can't.
I think it's a mega buff, personally. I think if you can play Pantheon mid lane, then it opens up a whole sea of AP junglers, and Canyon is our best AP jungler by about 1 million miles. And like, but like he could bring out all sorts of different picks, right? Like Lily is not that terrible, you know. Like there are a lot of different choices.
Karthus again, please.
I mean, Karthus, Talia, Fiddlesticks. Chronicler, there we go.
Yeah.
Are they the buzzwords you're looking for?
Are those picks though that can take Rift Herald at 8 minutes?
Absolutely.
Fiddle can.
Fiddle maybe, not Karthus.
Yeah, I actually think that Dom1 and DRX are like.
So my hot take is that DRX gets mega buffed because Beryl and Deft are probably our best early laning duo lane in the LCK as far as
when
early
Ruler
pressure
exists. You really think that?
So Ruler does most of his carrying mid to late. And has actually lost lane to Deft and Beryl before. I know this
early.
is. I mean, recently, yes, but
yes.
I do think that Deft and Beryl have been good at pushing early, creating good trades, and having good pressure.
They have been good at Callisto lanes, yeah. I think that's the one. Like that's the one where I'm like, yeah, 100%. But other lanes, I don't know.
But I mean, early game is the way that they have been able to take.
Yeah, she's going to be banned every game.
Definitely permanent. But Caitlyn, you know, like maybe we can bring back some like laning duos, right?
Guma hears you and likes that.
Yeah. Like Gumayushi's like a fantastic Caitlyn. But I think, you know, Deft has always had a really good one. He's always been able to lane effectively. I think Zeka as well has been having a great split, might be able to, you know, use this to create some power. And any way to hide Pyosik as much as possible sounds good. And if you give power to lanes, sounds good for Derek.
What about the not a great
you don't need
either.
You don't need smite if you kill them all.
I think that for me, both Dom1 and DRX have looked really lost through a lot of the changes that have happened this season. Like when DRX was at their peak, when they were a top 4, arguably even top 3 team in the early part of the season, was when they were playing Azir, Kalista every game, and they knew exactly what they wanted to do, and they did the same thing really well. They mastered it. They were fantastic at it. Every patch that came out subsequently, they almost figured it out by the time it was the next patch. And I think that both of these teams have been very slow to adapt. They're on poor form right now, and I think they will be the biggest losers of our playoff teams because, yeah, I think unlocking some AP junglers for Canyon could be good in theory. I think the laning arguments you were making, Max, as well for Deft, like, could be good in theory. And I think, especially if it was regular season, I'd be like, yeah, there's a lot of power there. I mean, they can definitely smash a lot of the teams and could go, close with like teams like KT and Live Sandbox, but it's playoffs, right? And I think that this patch is going to be such a big change and will change the way the game is played so significantly that I just don't think these teams are going to adapt fast enough. And I think it's already pretty strong for KT and Sandbox, and then T1 and Genji are in their own tier, but I think we could see very one-sided losses for both DRX and Dom1 in playoffs. Like, that's my expectation right now.
Ooh, betting against Dom1 in playoffs, that's dangerous.
I don't know. This feels like a hot take at this desk, but I actually think it's a big buff for Dom1. Not because of
I
Canyon.
agree, but me agreeing might be a bad thing.
You and I
have no idea. I don't know.
I feel like,
can't read Dom1
yeah,
at
I'm
all.
not even, like, Canyon aside, like, I think the champion changes will benefit Dom1 across the board. I just think that Nuguri has shown that he can lane really strongly, and this might be his chance to be like, I'm only playing Jace now. And that's a scary thought. Like, maybe he plays only Jace Kennen, like, every game based on what he's going for. And then Showmaker, I think he has been a little bit muted because of the durability patch. I think that now he can get more aggressive. He can dominate lane more. He was always a challenger to Chovy in terms of
He's had a pretty good LeBlanc in the past, I seem to remember.
Somebody who can lane really well. So I think it's actually a really... And Bible's a really proactive, like... Bible's like a really proactive support. So, like, I think that maybe they can draft some more aggressive lanes instead of Duck Down playing Aphelios every game. I don't know. I think it's going to be a good look for Dom1 personally.
Hot take on that note, really quick. Before I just want to say, I just want to add one thing. I think Nuguri's laning phase has not been good. I think his laning phase recently has been very poor, and I think has been a huge hole for Dom1. Like, it was much better earlier on this season, and I think maybe I'm being a little bit more critical because it's crunch time now, and we've had a lot of like really glaring eyes on Dom1. Like, wow, it's time to really shape up. You might get knocked out of playoffs. So they've gotten through that part. They will go to playoffs, but I think Nuguri's laning phase has not really been dominant recently. Again, we talk about Nuguri as this player has been incredible in lane in the past, but I think we have to kind of remember what year it is and what time it is, and also the opponents he faces in playoffs. Like, if you think about, like, yeah, half of the LCK he smashes them, but the other half, it could go either way. That's where I get concerned.
I think that there's a couple of thoughts I have. Like, I feel like it's kind of matchup dependent for him, so I think that the potential change for... Like, he looks really good on Sejuani and Tanar. Like, that's pretty much what we've seen so far. I think that the potential matchup changes based on the change in meta could really benefit him, and the fact that, like, maybe Jace, maybe some of these more aggressive picks come in, and he can feel more open to that. And also that he has not looked good because he's always just, like, perma-trading. Like, his forward percentage is probably number one. I don't have the number in front of me.
It is.
But
it was for a long time, at least.
Yeah, he's, like, always perma-trading, so I feel like that meta change will also benefit him. So maybe if the meta favors a lot of trading and it favors a change in picks in the top side, like, I think so far he has not. I kind of agree. Like, he hasn't been that amazing, but, like, I think it could really benefit him. So that's, like, where I was coming from.
Yeah, it's also not the meta, right, for being able to, like, win trade, win lane.
I just have like one. I just want everyone to get excited. What everybody should just get excited about Showmaker with Aerie Syndra and Scorch 5 damage buff. Maybe that's what brings Syndra back. The sustainer bone platings is like taking off some damage.
Yeah.
Well, now that I've heard from Chronicler and the Valve analyst about why they think I might be wrong about Dom1, I feel more solidified in my position.
I don't have a take.
I'm glad it's a controversial take because I'm very excited to see what Dom1 will do.
I have no idea.
Who knows? Maybe they will just fall flat.
Yeah.
No clue.
I've been betting on Dom1, and I've been wrong for the last 4 times, I think.
Until week 9.
And I'm doing it again. I'm going to do it again. I'm just ready. I'm ready for them to come back. I know it's going to happen. It might be 2024, but I'm just going to keep betting on it and just hoping that I'm calling the dip over and over again. That's what I'm doing. I'm just calling the dip. Like, yeah, we're on the rise
Eventually
You're right. That had a good series against
Can't go to
MG.
0,
I'm just
right?
dollar cost averaging.
I think that one thing I will say as well, one final thought on Damwon for me, because I know I've talked about this a lot. I hope that I'm wrong, and I hope we do see a resurgence of one of our big, massive, famous teams at the LCK.
Big three.
Yeah, big three. And, like, this team is going to Worlds pretty much 100%. So I want them to have a good look on this patch, even if they don't make semis, even if they don't go to the finals. Like, I want them to be in top form, because when people who don't watch the LCK think about the LCK, a lot of them think about Damwon, because they're our most recent LCK Worlds champion. So hoping the form is good.
Yeah, and I remember when Damwon went to play-ins in 2019. That was actually a great year for like watching the LCK dominate.
Barrels Alistair.
Because Barrels Alistair, Nogri just picking Klepto into everyone and just destroying them.
Yeah, there's a lot of interviews around the time where I was like, yeah, Dom was just murdering everyone in script. And obviously they weren't able to actually match that performance until next year, but it was quite fun. I'm just preemptively sad for Sandbox on this patch. Like,
yeah,
I feel like I haven't savored the moments that I've had with them well enough. You know, like I feel like
you're always doubting them.
Yeah,
let me just tell you, you've been fine. You've absolutely savored the moments with Sandbox Chronicler all season long. We guarantee it.
I don't know if I have.
Yeah, maybe this patch is the reality check you need.
I don't think it's ever happening.
Or maybe it's just that they're just too Sandbox to be changed, to be phased by this patch, and they just Sandbox their way through it, and it's fine.
They're just stats. Who cares?
Yeah.
They're just numbers.
Yeah, this affects the opposition as well. Yeah, so my hot take is that DRX are going to look better, which is insane, I know, but maybe it'll be a thing.
신인이 아닌 것 같죠?
The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread,
자, 2022 파이널! 자, 젠지와 T1의
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We're here for the second match of the night. It is going to be Fred Brion up against Liv Sandbox. And this one, it has Liv Sandbox's name all over it because not only have they been performing better and better, they did just take out T1 2-0 in very swift fashion earlier this week. And they're just really good right now. Fred Brion, they looked good against Genji, but not quite on Liv Sandbox's level.
No, and of course, Fred Brion gets a passive buff to any team which is currently first in the standings.
Yeah.
And Sandbox is third, so it doesn't really work in that regard. All jokes aside, I have been very vocal about my bewilderment at how good Liv Sandbox have gotten, but the fact of the matter is, they're actually a great team. They're able to play around some of their weaker points, such as their early laning phases, as well as Dove. His individual performance, and meld that together into an incredible weapon in the mid game.
Yeah, absolutely. It has been very, very nice to watch as we can take a look at the standings here and see the current situation in the LCK. Liv Sandbox, they are in second. They just dunked on T1, but unfortunately it's too late in the season to really overtake them. So T1 have that semifinal spot for playoffs. Liv Sandbox are in a comfortable third, so they will go up against whoever is in sixth, most likely. Fred Brion, just trying to win.
Just trying to win. Yeah, that's what they're playing for. Have, of course, the opportunity to still overtake Nongshim. 8th, 9th, neither of them you're not particularly great about, but similarly to Nongshim, this team not really looking up to the form that we've come to expect from them. But in their case, they made playoffs. They made the anime run in spring, and this time around, unfortunately, not going to be the case. This is the last match of summer for Fred Brion.
King Reddit Brion showed off their full potential against Genji. Giant killer mode on. Yeah, I mean, they're very good at facing good teams, so they generally play to the power of their opponents, and Liv Sandbox have great power. The Liv Sandbox of dreams.
Yeah.
Last check-in before playoffs.
Truly, the win against T1, that one maybe you could have, in hindsight, claimed could have seen coming. A quick 2-0, I think, was incredible. Speaks a lot of volumes to both of the two teams, but for Sandbox, everything is coming up extremely nicely as Prince topping the POG standings. Like we have Zeus, we have Ruler.
Yeah.
Zeus, of course, last week hasn't been great, but Ruler has been probably the best AD carry in the split. But when it comes to POC points, Prince just racks them up.
Yeah, he oftentimes does get insane amounts of damage done, insane amounts of kills on the board as well. I mean, the guy on average, that is amazing. Morgan still looking at his hands, still wondering how it's possible. Delight looks like he's about to smack someone down. We love... She came down from very far away to hear Sunke's voice.
Aww. He has
I would as well.
Yeah.
He has a very nice voice.
I get it. I get it as when it comes to the early game stats, Liv Sandbox, not that impressive. Despite their reputation as a somewhat
first blood percentage.
Yeah, well, I mean, Sandbox is their 9th.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean.
Oh, I thought you said Fred.
Oh no! I mean, I might have at this point. I've been a bit up and down today, but
a little bit of mowing.
A little bit of mowing going on. No, for Fred Brian, I think their stats are very much in line with what you'd expect. First Dragon on the current patch, very valuable stat. Has been working out expertly for them. But no, for Liv Sandbox, it truly is the mid game that makes this team so exceptional. As Fred Brian, they're a fan favorite for a reason. It's so easy to love this team.
It really is. Always happy, always here, playing together as a team. And I like when they draft comps that really play around that as well. They have a certain style. I don't know if they're going to really have much fun on this patch, to be honest. I think that this is kind of an anti-Fred Brian patch. You know, just scaling, sitting back, losing lane, and then playing for team fights is not really what we're seeing win here at the LCK on 12-14, and I think that's how this team loves to play. So, Liv Sandbox, you know, we thought they were going to maybe have a little bit of trouble as well, but didn't seem to affect them too much, at least against T1.
Haven't been botted thus far as is the lineup with, of course, Morgan in the top lane, also maintaining the light as. Yeah, whether it is online, whether it is in the studio, whether it's at LoL Park, the Fred Brian fans always come out. They don't need wins. They just want to support their team. And whether you need wins or not, Liv Sandbox fans have been getting them, a ton of them. And if you're a Liv Sandbox fan, it's a weird feeling. It feels eerie. And you keep waiting for the sword to drop, but it hasn't happened yet.
I don't know if it is going to happen. They, after their last match, are extremely heavy favorites to win their first match of playoffs. And considering that Gen G are going to be in first place, they will have first pick. I doubt you pick Liv Sandbox, right? And if that happens, T1 go up against Liv Sandbox again. And that's a best of 5. It's a totally different landscape, right? Could definitely be T1's, but who knows? I mean, they already beat them once. Maybe we see Liv Sandbox at finals. It is a storyline that is beginning to build.
It truly is, and it is the introduction of Prince that, without a shadow of a doubt, has had the biggest impact. But what's more interesting is that not only has it made the AD carry role better, the whole team just seems to click.
Hey, it's Deucin.
Hey!
Hey! Welcome, sir. Is that his shirt? It's him. Yeah, obviously a long-time player in the LCK. Used to play on a Freak of Freaks, made a finals as well. Lovely person, always extremely friendly. He's probably streaming nowadays, is what I would assume.
Makes sense, as overall, looking at the feature matchup here, key players, Croco versus Umti. And makes sense, because when Fred Brian looks good, Umti looks great. That's just how they operate. If he's not going, if him and Lava aren't making moves on the map, team just feels lackluster unless they get Renekton. I see you, Morgan.
That's getting banned in first rotation, okay?
Probably is. And also Dove plays Gragas, so what, he doesn't, he's not
Dove isn't even going to be in that lane. He's going to be fighting for Drake.
He knows his job.
Yep.
Valdez, and that is indeed just somewhere that is in this lane. You know, Dove isn't bothered by the 1v1s, and it's fun to joke around. But Dove himself has stated he feels like he is the best tank player, bar Zeus, and I tend to agree with him. Obviously, Zeus' last couple of matches haven't been great, but T1 as a whole has been looking on a downward swing. But I don't think he's the best top laner, not by any margin, but for what he needs to do in the team, he is actually playing very well, right? Like, he absorbs a ton of pressure, doesn't actually die, generally loses lane with a minimal amount of actual plates and resources given up, and his team fighting is still quite good.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that Dove has a very special place in this lineup. He is a role player, and we love to make jokes about him, but Liv Sandbox needed a guy like Dove. If they were going to have a guy who needed a lot of attention, who wanted to have prio picks and drafts, who wanted to be, you know, doing this and that, I think it would actually take away from the team.
They had that. It was Summit. And it didn't work.
It didn't work. And look at this. They're like, Dove is perfect.
And it's after a role swap from mid. Like, that's just... Oh, it gets me every time. And overall, the Liv Sandbox lineup right now, looking, especially after that T1 series, to have a great read on the meta as well. Really, really valuing the early priority, which you've seen being incredibly important here.
That person took a picture with Sunke 7 years ago.
That's
when he was in elementary school and middle school, and now he's going to the army. Oh, he finished the army.
Aww.
There you go, he's back.
Like,
that's so cute.
Look, I did it.
Yeah. Sunke,
watch me.
I'm back. Take a
Witness
picture
me.
with me.
7 years. Crazy. Crazy amount of time.
Look at this closer prio. Closer ban prio.
Yeah, understandably. And I have been very vocal about trying to target Dove in this lineup is a mistake. You will not win the trade.
Yeah.
Dove doesn't care.
Let him get whatever he wants.
Yeah,
it
doesn't really matter. Like, even if you do ban Sion and Ornn and Greg, like, he'll find a way. Sejuani still exists. But
yeah.
Closer has actually been a very integral part to how much better the Sandbox have gotten. It's that 2v2 together with Closer. It's his proactive, together with Croco rather, it's his proactiveness on picks like the Sylas, like the Ahri, that give you either a ton of laning presence, in case of Ahri, or even on this patch, as we've seen, a lot harder in lane, but outside of lane, the skirmishing power is, frankly, insane.
That was kind of scary. I thought that maybe they were going to miss a ban there.
Oh.
But Wukong does come through. And the pick away from Dove is the Azir, but also from Closer, who has played a lot of Azir.
Yuumi Zeri is open. I know it's a new patch.
Okay,
but it's
go game 2.
But it's Yuumi Zeri specifically, and Zeri has kind of been dropping in terms of overall presence.
And Sivir's banned.
I know. Yeah, I was leading up to that, Valdez.
Sorry, I mean, stole your thunder.
You're right, and actually, I personally, I understand the prioritization on Croco. The risk you run is that Fred O'Brien unlocks in Twitch Yuumi, and then you're in deep trouble. That is not a good matchup. Now, I don't expect Fred O'Brien to do that. I expect him to maybe go for either a Lucian Nami or pick something for Owner here, or for Umti rather here. As overall, Yuumi here on R3 seems perfectly adequate, as Varus has been making a comeback on this patch, of course. Got a little bit of love. Varus' laning phase has always been ranging from very dominant to just all around pretty solid. And there is a lot of different supports that you can combine with.
So they're just going to give away Yuumi, and they're going to pick Xin Zhao into Poppy.
Yeah, I'm not really on board with that one. Xin Zhao, of course, still incredible early pressure, but if you do get matched by the Poppy in any kind of 2v2 counter-engage scenario, it's feeling bad. And
so, have we just decided that Yuumi got nerfed so hard that we're just not going to play her with Zeri? Is that just a thing, or is it just prio pick for Closer?
I think it's prio pick for Closer, and I personally would say that Closer has earned the trust based on how he's been playing recently. It is one of his best champions, and he is playing it into an Azir, which is a matchup that, barring the unfortunate event that Karis saw happen to himself last time around, generally is something that the Karis should be able to deal with. This does run, though, into the issue of being a melee lane into Azir, which on this patch should have a much harder time, so Croco has his work cut out for him in that regard. As for Fred O'Brien, the Yuumi ban seems like somewhat of a no-brainer, but perhaps they feel that if they do go into a direction where you pair something like a Leona with the Varus, you can at least have enough threat. Nautilus is another one where you can like go for the CC chain into the chains of corruption. As Valdez is just like, I don't want to see you.
They banned against Dove.
No, I know. I mean,
they banned out Dove's champion pool. I mean,
one of them.
They banned out one pick from his champion pool, but
that's not enough.
There are many other tanks still available.
Yup. That's true.
I don't know about that, guys.
Wow.
He's just gonna pick Gragas.
Hey, he might pick it on R5.
True.
No.
Wow,
Dove.
I don't know about that.
Oh.
That is insane amounts of magic damage.
Yeah, it's Blind Gwen.
And it's blind Gwen. Yeah, this is better.
Yes. Yes, Dove. Embrace
I love
Embrace
it.
the tank.
But I do think it was going to be a bit of a problem. Not that many members on Bro that are there yet will build too much magic resist, although I suppose Xin Zhao could as like a third or fourth item. Gwen will be selected.
Yeah.
Just not for Dove.
Picks up a step, will be Leona. And Yuumi is still perfectly fine here. Can combine that with Croco and Closer to make them extremely oppressive if they can find any form of lead here. This is a very different direction that I actually do quite enjoy. With the lessons that we've learned on this patch, plus the nerfs to Yuumi, I can understand not wanting to completely sack lane, which you will if you pick the Yuumi Zeri. And instead, put Kyle on No.
Yeah!
No, Valdez!
Yes!
Who have you become? Asking for Renekton picks, happy that Yuumi is locked in?
I just think it's the best pick.
Who are you?
I just think it's good. I feel like there was a little bit of a groan from the audience when Yuumi was selected. It's not quite the straight-up booing from the LEC crowd, but I think it is pretty universal that people are not big fans of Yuumi. As you mentioned, though, you know, Varus Leona could absolutely put on some pressure here. Yuumi is not your typical... you know, she's not like Renata Glass, going to be in your face, you know, hands shaking, making plays, harassing, pushing, stuff like that. She has her prowling projectile, but it's not quite the same. And Varus is quite a strong laner.
Early lane phase is going to be pivotal here. If you can navigate that as Liv Sandbox and you can get Prince to and the Yuumi to 6, past that point, I think it becomes a lot harder to reliably deal with them. However, early game, I actually quite like the Fred Brilliant. I think they have prio in both mid and bot. I think top will be relatively even, but especially once the items start coming through, that's going to be very favorable as well. And it is a very short-range composition into Azir and into a Gwen. So that is always, to me, going to have a certain amount of risk involved. But I think Fred Breon at times have not been really able to capitalize on early priority very well. And I think that the Poppy has an incredible amount of agency and ability to snowball. Because if you do get some kills on that Zeri and the rest of the team feels appropriate, which they will because it's Sandbox, they've done this a million times, then game becomes unplayable.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we are ready right now to hop onto the Rift. Let's do it for game one. Off we go. Onto the Rift again. Again, guys, this is the third to last day of the regular split. We will finish on this Sunday. And then we go into playoffs. I think that deserved a zoom in.
It did. A little disappointing.
I'm gonna send my complaint to Jonas Strong.
Doesn't happen often. They're usually very on point with stuff like this.
I needed to see that. And we did, but it wasn't quite the same.
It was not. As really appreciate the choice of Rune here from Lava. Going for the Conquer in terms of what you'll be able to do in team fights, I think is very valuable. Downside is that a very lane-focused approach, I think, has been very successful on this patch, as we've seen many a time. If you are able to snowball, pick up an early Herald, pick up an early Drake, it can really accelerate the game very, very quickly. And Conqueror, in terms of laning strength, not going to provide as much as a... you know, we've seen the Comets, the Airy setups that really are able to get a bit more done. I'm going to opt into that and look towards the team fights instead. As again, I want to highlight, full Liv Sandbox, bot lane, you have to get to 6. And then once you get to 6, that's when you get your ultimates available. Becomes a lot harder to dive you reliably. There's a ton of defensive summoners available as well. And I'm happy that Croco is pathing from top to bot because he needs to be, at the very least, securing some vision. And if a dive does happen, need to be there. And This is a 7-game loss streak, but this is without Yuumi, and I do think that that substantially changes the equation of Zeri. And also, no Sivir.
Absolutely. I mean, Zeri was playing against Sivir in probably 6 of those games, if not all of them. And take a look at the precautions that they take. I mean, Kyle leaves the lane, level 2, puts down a ward just to make sure they're not getting dove, especially because the wave was being built up. They are a bit susceptible to that, but even Krako is here as well. As you mentioned, you know, he's clearing from top to bot. They're just making sure 100% that this lane can get through lane, and that will be nice. Now, the thing is, Drakes are really nice in this game.
Oh, yeah.
I think that with the prio on the bottom side, this early Infernal is going to pay off in huge dividends, especially for what Fred and Brion have in their comp. Tons of damage already, even for the Xin Zhao. So picking up that first Infernal can give them insane amounts of stats that could potentially help them scale into the mid game.
Additionally, for Liv Sandbox, if you pick it up, you have 2 champions that effectively skill both of AP and AD. Obviously, the Zeri is the most notable one, Akali, though also weaves in a lot of autos. Every damage that you can take, you'll be more than happy with. As look at this, Krako adjusting now, reading the dive, and this is something that is very, very important. at the very least, gonna get spotted here.
They saw him on the ward next to mid, so they're like, well, he's in the bottom side jungle, I just have to be here. And that is going to be very nice. Closer pushes out, he is going to take a bit of damage, but Lava is running a bit out of mana. Note that there are no cookies here for Lava. Probably when Scorch, though, which is not too surprising.
I think, if I remember correctly, he went Transcendence and Mana Flow. Definitely didn't Scorch. I know, because I remembered, because I was sad. Because I wanted... We're all Scorchers now here.
Scorch is the new hotness.
With how the games have been playing out. But yeah, really good read by Krako. We'll get double scuttled as a result, but you'll take that as Liv Sandbox. Early deficits are not the end of the world. Main thing is making sure that you're able to maintain at least some semblance of item parity. And as we can see, they are suffering in the lane as expected here. But Fred and Brion hasn't been able to really push their leads to the extent that we've seen some other teams do, which is good as Prince. It's gonna be fine. Takes a lot of damage though.
Big chunk. That's like 80% of his health. But he does have Vampiric Scepter first, which means, again, just trying to stay alive, just trying to keep up, trying to stay in lane and not get too far behind. Yuumi should help out with that as well. Closer not falling too far behind in CS and mid, just about 4. Messed up some of the CS under the turret. And yeah, I mean, Dove is Dove, it's fine.
What you'd expect. Closer, post 6. He's going to be fine, and we're slowly, at least for the mid lane and the top lane, ready, reaching some strong points. However, Prince and KL definitely pretty substantially behind. Really have been playing it very, very safe, and as a result, I assume, based on the experience diffs.
Okay, Closer just decides, maybe I'm just going to kill this guy. And he could taste it. It was close, but not quite low enough to go for that. Lava also had flash, so you could get outplayed.
Yeah, they didn't want to take the risk, because giving up a kill that early on in that lane would have been pretty horrible, as this is to be expected. It is a costly offer that you have to bring now. Individual Drake's a lot stronger. Krako gonna say hello.
No way, right? I mean, Krako is a
Umti doesn't have smite.
Yeah, Prince is doing a lot of damage here to Henna, who hits that one, and now he has to flash away, and they don't have a Varus anymore. As the sustain is there for the Zeri, and that's just going to be a free kill for Yuumi. First blood, and Liv Sandbox, they kind of just say, you're not allowed to do that. No, sorry.
And that's so big. That was, you needed that as Fred and Brion. Oh, oof. That is very, very rough. At least the kill went to KL, but...
Oh, they deny the back of Henna, too. And now they're threatening a dive onto Delight. Krako's right here, and that is just going to be free money. That is a lot of damage on the Krako, though, as Delight is quite tanky with the Eclipse, but they are successfully able to give the kill over to Prince, and a bonus plate for everybody as they're doing it again, Chronicler.
It's just really well played. Like the skirmishing here against Fred and Brion. They are just playing it a lot better. I hope we get to see a replay of that one, because crucially there, like, Fred Brion is forced to actually commit to this because they don't have a smite available on Umpty, so they can't let Croco walk up. Then, in addition to that, Henna doesn't actually have any mana, right? So he's just autoing, which doesn't really provide that much. Yeah, well, at this point, no health either. And with the roam from closer also being way faster, they can't really hard commit, because then they'll end up feeding Akali, which is very bad. In case you haven't ever seen a fat Akali, I envy you. It is not a good time. And then takes a little bit. And for Delight, doesn't feel like there's a lot of good outcomes there. Maybe try to stick near the turret. Was able to use the tankiness there as well as possible, but not going to be enough. And now Sandbox wanting to contest here as well. Not in a great position though, and looks like they're going to go for Drake instead.
Just take the Drake. That's.
I agree.
It's huge value. Just take the insane amounts of stats that you have. You already have a nice lead. You're going to make it through the early game, which was the scariest part for you. So now that you're out of the early game, take the trade, get the stats. Yeah, maybe, you know, the Azir can get some pressure going in the mid lane, but that's fine. It's not the end of the world.
Oh, and Hannah, yeah, he doesn't know if they're doing Drake or if they're diving him.
Yeah.
So he needs to play extremely respectful. Funnily enough, if they had gone for it, they probably would have killed him here. But going for the Drake instead, definitely the safer call. Going to be the early Infernal on Akali and on Zeri. It is... It's a bad time, Valdez. And the next one is a Mountain. So we are really raking in the high-value early game Drakes here. And with Fred Brion, I look at his comp, and I think there's plenty of power. There's a lot of proactiveness that is that you have available to you. I even argue that the scaling is in their favor. Outside of not being able to deal with Zeri, they have an incredible amount of punish for short-range champions. But I'm seeing how these early skirmishes play out, and I'm very skeptical. This is all according to the Live Sandbox playbook.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Just taking an early skirmish, winning it somehow, and just putting on the aggression, taking whatever they want, essentially. Croco's still showing a lot of respect to Umpty. Doesn't really want to get into that 1v1. Xinjiao still Xinjiao, even if you are Poppy. So, yeah, see you later. Goodbye. I'm just going to delay it. It does mean that if they get over here fast enough, maybe they could have put on a defense, but not going to defend there for enough time. Lava does get pretty low, trying to stick around for the plates, and he is not going to be punished for it. Will go now.
And that means, at least in terms of gold, Fred Brion is able to keep up a little bit better. And at the same time, like overall, I think Liv Sandbox is in a pretty reasonable state. Closer is really looking, now that he has hit his level 9, to as soon as possible finish his first item. Assuming it will be the Rocket Belt. Definitely the item that I think in terms of Mythic passive provides way more than the Night Harvester does. I've been seeing a little bit of Night Harvester recently for a bit.
Been seeing some of the Twitter math as well.
Yeah,
on that one. Some talk about that recently. I also really like Proto Belt into Crown. Oh no! Did I take it? Oh
no. You didn't take my point. You didn't take my point. We were just on the same page.
Oh,
and that's a
even
great
better.
sign, Valdez. I was gonna say the same thing. Yeah, it just feels.
We always
good.
complete each other's sandwiches.
I actually made Valdez a sandwich today.
It's true.
Yeah,
I had it. It was fantastic.
It was really nice.
It was really good. It was wholly bread with some lettuce and some roasted pepper spread.
It was really.
Really
I'm happy with how it ended up. Yeah, great experiment.
Very happy.
Hadn't made that one before. The spread, but worked out well.
Yeah, absolutely. Big fan.
Overall setup, 2 minutes until the next Mountain Drake. And as mentioned previously, for Fred Brion, really want to try and contest that one. You have Delight, who can start a fight on a whim, and if you combine it with the amount of follow-up CC that is available, the amount of space you can create with the Emperor's Divide, Bouncy Castle with Umpty's ultimate, That should be looking good, but oh no.
Yumi's looking to get some value. They're trying to knock him down. Krako with the flash into the wall. Knock up, and Henna's just going to get booped on the head. Down he does go, and this is before anything happens. Solar Flare is used just to slow down Prince. His closer in a bit of trouble, as he is going to be locked in. But guess what? Yumi exists. She's here, and now he's got health. And now Closer has some more confidence to get in here. Umpty's still with the Crescent Guard, so he's not going to hop into that shuriken. But it's still fine for Liv Sandbox. They get this extra kill as he's knocked into the Extendo Beam, and Kyle steals another kill. Who am I kidding? Yumi's actually the carry in this one. And yeah, Liv Sandbox, once again, they're like, you dare fight us? We'll just kill you.
Overall skirmishes just being way better executed. And Henna can't get caught there. That's just the reality of it. If you get taken down first, your team has no chance of making it. And it is the mobility. Poppy, especially with this build, has the Merc threats finished already. Has all the movement speed buffs that you could dream of if I remember correctly. Just went for, you know, celerity, water walking, the whole 9 yards, meaning that, especially with a Yumi, you are in fact zooming. And even with Ghost and Flash, was not able to make it out. And we didn't really get to see that, but on the back end of that, Closer also just tanked 2 people. Yeah, it's a Flash. Yeah, win the skirmish.
Rocket belts Akali. Doesn't care about her flash as much. Obviously, it takes away some killing power.
It's 1800 gold lead for Zeri.
Yeah, he got through the lane with the call for free. It's not supposed to happen.
Well, it's not just for free. I think it speaks testament to like Liv Sandbox just play around bot lane very well. That's the reality of it. Not a lot to say about this one. Yeah, I mean, Henna eventually dies in a funny way.
I did like this, yeah.
Oh, look at the cinematic experience. Falls down dramatically. And then on the flip side, this is Akali.
He goes back in. I think he's baiting them into this fight, actually.
Yeah.
Because he knows his team is coming in.
Oh, that's Mountain as well. So I know Wolf isn't here, Velda, so would you like to do the honors? As that's me. That's painful.
That is just bullying. And oftentimes Liv Sandbox do feel like they're bullying a bit. It is what they are good at. They have taken this aggressive style, and they have begun to really hone it out, really perfect it. It is scary. Not a lot of teams in the LCK do this.
Right now,
I'll hold on onto the Wolf moment for just a little bit.
It's
wait
just
for the next team fight.
It's just Gen G. Like right now, it's the only other team that's able to do this as reliably as Sandbox. Really impressive. Testament to the individual form of these players that they take these skirmishes with such confidence. Now we've seen it backfire as well. Mind you, what happened against KT? They lost the early.
Okay, going in on this, but everybody is here. Yumi and Poppy do not seem to care about that. Zeri was nearby, could have joined from 3 screens away if she wanted to. Akali as well. And now, I mean, they might just go for it as Henna's alone. Oh no! The poor Varus is just dead again, and they're gonna give this kill this time to Closer. And yep. The power of Poppy as well. I mean, Krako, another jungler that, you know, he brought in the Vi, and he makes the Poppy look strong as well. I mean, it is strong. But initially, when she came back into the meta, was definitely one of them alongside a Peanut.
Yeah. It's a very tough one, Veldas, because we are looking. If Liv Sandbox wasn't fast enough yet, there is a Cloud Soul that is available, and I don't want to know how fast a Zeri with Cloud Soul is when she has Yumi on top of her as well. Do you really?
Why don't we have Rammus? We should get Rammus back in the meta, I think.
Well, he's getting buffed. I don't know if he got buffed on 12-15 or he's getting buffed on the patch afterwards, but he is receiving buffs.
He's going to be really fast.
He always is, yeah.
He's going to be even faster. There you go.
Skarner still exists as well.
Yeah,
he's
true.
He's here. He's showing his
바텀 타워 해봐. 바텀 타워 해봐.
Scorpion
바텀 타워 해봐.
every now and
얘네 공공 없어.
Yeah, he's calling for it. He's like, go for bot. I have my ults.
야 날렸어 타워 해봐 야얘 뭐야 이거야 다 왔어 오케이 야 타워 먹어봐 타워
You
먹어봐
hear the groans in the background from the Korean cast on his mic.
Yeah.
The oh no.
Kyle has Shirelia's. Because, you know.
Even faster, Valdez!
Wait, I forgot. Was Shirelia's nerfed with all the other enchanter items?
Ooh, that's a good question.
I don't think it was, right?
No, it was mainly the
It was like the healing ones, right?
Yeah,
the flowing staff and the moonstone, and
yeah,
I don't think Shirelia was part of that. Not 100% sure, but
well,
they're going to be even faster now.
It's not even like their Harding Age is bad because we don't know this because Dove has not actually deemed any. Dove hasn't deemed any of
He's just
these
in his comfort zone. He's just vibing out.
Yeah,
and top lane down 25 CS. Now he's bot.
None of these fights are worth Dove's time.
Yeah.
Dove arrives exactly when he needs to, Valdez. And none of the Sandbox hasn't needed him.
Yeah.
So he's just having a good time.
Out. Yeah.
He's just hanging out.
And I mean, Morgan's been doing the same. He's up 25 CS and.
Yeah, he definitely outskills him in terms of side lane.
Yeah.
Extremely low match. But we haven't even talked about this yet.
Will it matter?
Well, it's also, if the lane is summoned for Sandbox is good, Closer is playing into Morgan. And Closer dunks on Morgan.
Yeah.
Like Akali, we've seen be
the champions,
very,
not players.
well, yeah, we've seen it be just an exceptional counter pick into the Gwen because she has the on-demand burst necessary.
Well, yeah.
To take down the pick and not really allow Gwen to get all her sustain off.
That's one reason Gwen goes in. Closer gets a free shuriken, as the extra health on Shirley here is not really going to matter. Just obviously because the charge and the eye damage is percentage, and there's no follow-up. That only really matters if you're trying to secure a second charge, I feel.
Yeah.
And you've got the rest of the team there.
Yeah, or
if you're still throwing it in, it basically does the same thing.
Even if you place it in an awkward spot, and with that teleport to topside, Morgan is effectively saying, we're not contesting this. It's not happening. That's Soul Point. 20 minutes in. And for Fred Brian, when it comes to gold, it's not looking too bad. Overall game state, I'd argue, not in a great spot.
Yeah. What? She went from 396 to 420 movement speed. Yeah, they're fast.
It's gonna be even better. We're not done yet.
And
if we had the this is one of those games where you're wishing that Riot actually showed the soul in Champ Select, because then you're like, everyone is taking celerity. All of you, we're doing it. We're zooming.
Zoomies.
Well, that's the joke, yeah. I feel like you didn't need to. I feel like you didn't need.
You mean like Yumi's skill?
Like her E, yeah. Her
Yeah.
Zoomies, the ability that she has.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was really funny.
Well, I feel like you don't really mean it, Valdez, and I don't
No, I do. It's
feel
great.
about that. Yeah? Thank you. You wouldn't lie to me, right?
No, I would never.
No?
Never. Morgan is just, he's just been in the top lane farming the entire game. I mean, his team hasn't been looking for team fights, so there's no real reason for him to not do that. Just for 21 straight minutes, he has gone to the top lane, farmed minions, backed, and teleported back to top lane.
I like his build. Void Staff is very high value here, so that's good.
Prince is too fast for that, though. Sorry.
Not impressed.
Yeah. He's still on 420 movement speed. It's not like he was on the Cloud Rift or anything like that, which is only going to make him faster.
Look at Croco.
Okay, Lava going to try for it. Forces the flash. Nicely done. Now Croco's in an awkward spot. And he does have Yumi on it, though, as the cast not exactly a 10 out of 10. Little bit of a party cask. And nobody goes in for the fight.
Hey, that's huge. That's actually a really big win for Fred Brion. Because that gets them the ultimate from KL. I don't know about this one.
Doing Baron. I mean, they have insane amounts of damage with Varus and with the Azir as closer. Is here. They're just trying to zap people down as in goes closer. He's in that Shroud, but that is going to go over to the side of Sindao. As now they try to take the fight afterwards to lift Sandbox. Closer going to pick up another kill on top of this as he will get a double. And everybody is just on the run here. Looks like at least Umpty should get away, but Morgan will not. And the Azir Lava was, of course, booped away. As that, wow, they gave that one to Dove, actually.
No.
That
one wasn't given. Dove took it.
Dove took it.
He saw it was
well
his.
deserved. Well deserved.
Well earned.
Yes.
Swaggers in.
And yeah, I mean, they got the Baron, but now you're dealing with extremely fed members on the side of Live Sandboxes. They will just dive you. You are not exactly safe underneath that turret. As the castle will get it, and Dove will collect yet another kill. As Umpty underneath the turret is actually pretty tanky, and they don't quite have the damage here with Dove and Croco and Kyle, but they're just gonna teleport in some damage.
They're not dying!
Gonna pick up the kill as he scoops it, says thank you very much for setting that one up, my good friends. And they take away another Baron buff.
They take the turret for like 20 seconds.
Actually, all of them. They killed Umpty and Lava. No Baron buff now on Fred Brion.
Yep. Fred Brion, they have a ton of damage, and I applaud the Baron call for its sheer bravery. But what happens is everyone dies as a result, as they use everything, and then they're all, or they have to try and just take down the Baron and then disengage because you can't win the fight 5v5 when you're all grouped up in a choke point. Yeah. Yeah, Dove takes his...
Very deserved.
Very deserved. Watch this one. The other one was impressive.
Nice. This one
this one is fun. I like this one. And Prince dies, so they can't actually kill Umpty, but unfortunately it's 2 tanks with a Yumi. So they're not dying either. Dove's like, yeah.
Oh no, Umpty's all alone here. So who do they give this kill over? Looks like Closer. Nope. He was trying to give it to Prince, and then Croco took it. Perhaps with some burn damage or something. As we're going in again, Fred Brion looking for this one. Goodbye, Henna. You are not going in, but that is an excellent sweep up underneath the turret. Not going to matter as Dove will collect yet another kill. This guy is on a rampage, and nobody can stop him, and nobody can stop Live Sandbox as they are just taking kills like candy from a baby, and they do not want to stop anytime soon. They are so fast, you cannot get away from this. Imagine playing Varus into Zeri with Cloud Soul, or not Cloud Soul, but Cloud Dragon. Good enough.
It's coming.
It's coming.
We're
gonna get it now. And yeah, you're just not getting away from this. And Fred and Brion are not getting away from their fate of Live Sandbox, taking this game away.
No. That's probably gonna be the killing blow. Right down. We are about to reach levels of speed previously unknown to men. As
new technology has hit the rift.
Technology has progressed.
Yeah.
And we have reached the new pinnacle of speed around Summer's Rift, which will hit soon. As Sandbox at this point recognize how far ahead they are. One of the big damage sources gets taken out immediately from the fight, and they can just tank turrets. Like, they have double front line. They're running these type of comps very consistently, and you see why. This allows them to win. They have a lead. They just keep going.
He's dead. Okay.
They don't stop.
Now I'm just curious, who are they going to give the kills to? Okay, Prince is going to get the double. Penta kill. No, Dove. Not again, Dove.
Oh.
Why do you keep doing this?
How dare you?
It's like the younger brother that's always trying to get into your games. Okay, that's going to be the ace there. Live Sandbox will now run down the mid lane and end the game as, 19-1. This is another Omega Stomp. This time brought to you by Live Sandbox. Croco nearly dies. He's fine.
He's okay. He's not too bothered. As Leonan's in. Gonna be up, but the health bars are relatively low.
Yeah, Umpty trying to hand over some more kills to Prince, and he will do so. Nice try from him as the light will go down. Dove gets another kill. the man is on 5. As they're just trying to chip away at these turrets and the Nexus. Lift Sandbox. It's almost like they're waiting for them to respawn, but they're just going to play it safe. Not going to go in that one, even with the 10,000 gold lead. Just going to wait it out. And, I mean, they have insane pockets full of gold, so might as well spend it.
Yeah, they have much gold that they're willing to spend.
Any money.
You can't stand near any wall on Summer Split, honestly. Don't you know this?
Just can't get away from
the walls belong to Crocker. As at this point, team fights are kind of moot. Watch Hannah. I think he does a nice job stutter stepping. Doesn't do damage. But, at this point, no one is going to. They just run him over. They start a fight at any point with Yuumi. One game's become so insanely one-sided. And Lift Sandbox has had their fair share of one-sided games regardless. As here, I think the death timers make sense. Well, respect Hannah as well as the Azir here as round 2.
Dove wants more kills. Dove smash the back line, and this time it looks like maybe they'll give the kills over to Closer. Double kill to him, the Penta angle still available. As, no, Prince is going to take that one on the top side, and actually Morgan got a kill onto Krako as they were looking to try to dive this one. As, yep, they're just going to sweep up the rest of them. 2 more will go over to Prince, as Lift Sandbox will end the game in 29 minutes. That will be the end of that one. 26-2 is the kill score line. And that was only game 1.
Absolutely demolished is the only words I have for this one. It starts off with 2 skirmishes. And we expressed some worries. Lift Sandbox, a draft like this against a team that actually is able to punish you in the early game. It might go wrong. We've seen the Zeri fail for a good reason, but Zeri Yuumi, hadn't seen that one for a while. And even then, we actually saw Sandbox not only pick that, but then took the necessary steps. Kroko hovering towards topside, keeping close track of Umti. And then they won the 1-2 skirmish early on. And then from that point on, Lift Sandbox. When Prince is fed, this team doesn't lose.
And not only was he fed, but Closer was fed. Dove made sure he himself was fed. Krako got fed because he kept ganking bot. Even Yuumi was fed. Kyle was picking up kills there, here and there. And he was just also incredibly fed. Probably had 2.5 items by the end of the game as a support in 29 minutes. Morgan did some damage, you know. He was trading well in the lane, and then he tried in the team fights, but I don't know, especially in this meta on this patch, it's like you get ahead and it's like the weight of the world is on top of your head. It's so hard to come back from this one, especially against a team like Lift Sandbox that will non-stop skirmish you.
Sandbox just looked very impressive, and as pointed out, the only team that has been able to actually stop them from winning recently is Gen G. Insane!
Yeah. As there's Tucson again. Said, I don't want to meet Prince until he wins it. Oh, he doesn't want to recognize Prince and his ability until he wins a title. That's asking a lot. We'll see if they can do it here in playoffs. But guys, we'll take a break first before game 2.
살짝 뭔데? 야 가자. 얘들아 나 많이 멀어. 구한도 쓸게. 바루스 노플. 오케이 바루스랑 신짜오 노플이야. 바루스 보든가. 바루스 보자. 아이고.
아디라 봐줄 사람 아디라.
아칼리 살게 일단은. 오케이. 아칼리 유미가 최고지.
이제 아칼리 유미가 최고지.
야 제일 살게 이제. 제일 살게.
아 꺼져.
뭐야 이거? 뭐야? 타워 뭐야 이거? 와 뭐임?
오, 형 너무 무서운데?
와 뭐야 너무. 와 이걸 죽네.
마지막 3라운드 저희가 야심차게 준비를 했습니다.
그렇습니다. 대표 코너 박퀴즈를 과감하게 버렸습니다. 너무 재미가 없다는 얘기가 많아서 그래서 새롭게 시도하는 코너입니다. 그려 그림으로
말해요! 제일 안쪽에 계신 이제 페이트 선수와 데프트 선수가 문제 정답을 맞춰주시게 되고 나머지 4명의 선수는 5초씩 저희가 그림을 그리는 시간을 드리도록 하겠습니다.
그렇습니다.
데프트 선수는 뒤로 돌아주세요. 저희 쪽으로 봐주세요. 저희 쪽으로.
고개 돌리면 안 됩니다. 건너면 안 돼요.
네. DRX 제시어 주세요.
상상력이야 이거 내가 볼 때.
시작. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 땡. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 땡. 5, 4, 3, 2,
뭐지?
1.
뭐지 이거 까먹었어.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 땡.
자.
쉬운데?
오 쉽다. 쉽다 나왔어요. 바로 정답.
너무 뻔한 거 알파카 아니에요?
정답.
표현력이 좋아.
어디서 제일 결정적이었어요?
이번 얼굴 없었어도 맞췄을 거예요.
얼굴이 없었어도 맞췄다.
이거 DRX 뭔가. 예.
처음에 몸통 요 표현이 좋았어요.
자, 광동 제시어 갑니다.
왔죠?
너무 어려운데?
시작해주세요. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 넘겨주세요. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 자, 주시고요. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1
잘했다.
4, 3, 2, 1 3, 2, 1
더 그릴 필요도 없다.
되게 신기한 게 시간이 남아요.
그리고 자기들끼리 만족해.
야, 이게 뭐야?
자, 페이트 확인.
진짜 쉽다. 진짜 핵심은 다 있어.
이제 그냥 뭔가 상대팀이 그려주는 그림 같은데.
핵심은 다 있어. 진짜.
그럼 뭔지 알겠어요, 대충?
정답은?
테디?
정답! 잠깐만, 좀.
근데 누가 뭘 그리니까 옆에서 잘했다 이랬거든? 뭘 잘했다는 거야, 뭘?
저는 이제 기인이가 이제 얼굴 눈동자랑 입 여기가 좀 약간.
눈을 안 그려줬어? 눈은 안 그려줬어?
DRX 두 번째 문제 제시어 주세요. 시작.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 땡. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 땡. 넘겨주시고요. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 땡. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 땡. 자, 이제 정답 그림이 완성이 됐습니다. 어떤 거 같나 이게?
포르쉐.
포르쉐요?
포르쉐일 것 같아요?
뭔가 차가 좀 좋아 보여요.
되게 불나고 이러니까.
차가 좋아 보인다. 정답!
잘 그렸지 이거.
이것 때문에 알았어?
그냥 자동차만 있으면.
이것 때문에 알았어. 이것 때문에.
자, 광동 제시어 주세요.
핵심을 잘 그려야 돼.
시작. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 넘기시고요. 자, 갑니다. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
모르겠다.
넘겨주시고요. 전 모르겠어요. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 넘겨주시고.
이거 어떻게 맞지?
이게 뭐야? 저는 정답을 아는데도 모르겠는데. 자, 페이트 선수 정답은?
모르겠어요.
모르겠다. 네. 뭘 표현하신 거예요?
그라스 이제 배에 상처가 있어가지고 상처랑 이제 배꼽을 그렸는데
상처가 어디 있고 배꼽이 어디 있고 그라가스가 어디 있어?
자, 이건 뭐예요, 그럼? 이거 뭐, 원통은 뭐예요?
그러니까
풀통으로 그리려고 했는데.
아 잘못 그렸구나. 아, 힘이 두루마리처럼 그려가지고.
DRX에서 그래도 이렇게 안 그릴 것 같아요. 알겠습니다. 아무튼 고생하셨고, 자 현재 2대1 상황입니다.
자 DRX의
마지막 문제
가보도록 하겠습니다.
준비하시고 제가 시간 드릴게요.
이거 힘들다.
시작! 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 땡! 다음 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 땡! 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 땡! 5, 4, 3, 2, 1,
잡았다.
땡! 자, 데프 선수 앞으로 돌아서 스케치북 확인해 주시기 바랍니다.
뭐야 이게? 진짜 스타트를 너무 못 끊었나? 사람 뭐야 이거 동그라미.
셋, 둘, 하나!
가렌?
가렌? 이게 가렌이라고요?
이게 가렌이라고요?
칼 들고 빙글빙글 도는 거.
옆에는 뭐예요 그러면? 하늘색은?
궁? 궁인가?
정답!
이걸 맞춰요?
아니, 잠깐만. 데프트 여러분, 뭐가 제일 결정적이었었죠?
아이 칼이랑 빙글빙글 도는 거?
자 그러면 광도 여기 안 바꾸고 그대로 갑니까? 자리 바꿔.
너무 못해. 잘좀 바꿔봐.
아니 너 나와.
잘 바꿔줘.
나한테 말하는 거야? 아, 나 안 된다니까. 나 근데 진짜 안 돼. 진짜 안 된다. 나 안 된다. 하나씩 땡겨, 하나씩.
아니 땡겨. 나 믿어?
자 테디부터.
자, 네, 바꿨어요.
바꿨어요. 자 모함이 마칩니다.
모함이 정답 맞히는 걸로.
가자.
이대로 가는 게 맞아?
어, 맞아. 몰라. 어차피 다 못해.
자 마지막 제시어 보여주세요. 시작. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 넘겨주세요.
어? 뭐 어떻게 그려?
입니다. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 넘겨주세요.
잘한다.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1 넘겨주세요.
이거 뭔데?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1 넘겨주세요.
재능이 없다.
이거 못 맞추기만 해.
너무 가혹한 거 아닌가요? 오늘 나온 작품 중에는 제가 보기엔 광동의 거의 걸작입니다. 이거.
그러니까.
이거 뭐야?
이거
모르면 난 모르겠는데.
예, 아 예.
정답은?
럭스?
럭스!
어떤 것 때문에?
아 이거 큐 맞은 표시 아니에요 이거?
큐 맞은 표시다.
검은 거 뭐예요?
이 검은 거는?
뽑은 거 모르겠어요.
그거 모르겠다.
정답은 세나였어요.
세나였습니다.
내가 영어 열심히
세나.
배워놨잖아.
네.
이렇게 해서 DRX가 승리를 가져갔습니다. 축하합니다.
We are back here at the LCK after Liv Sandbox just demolished Fred Brion in game number 1. It was not close, like a lot of our matches have been recently. Liv Sandbox really showing off their stuff. So you can take a look at one of the highlights there. Of course, today we do not have the Analyst Carpet Space. Send out your kind words to Atlas on Twitter. And yeah, I mean, what did Fred Brion do here in game 2 to bring this one back, Chronicler?
It's a very, very tough question, Veldus, and I know it's, you know, I'm here to answer it, but there is, I think, too many things There's some questions to be drawn at the draft. Picking up the Varus, not having a good showing at all, not actually able to get anything done. The reliance on Zinzao into Poppy, I think, didn't really work out at all. We saw none of the aggressive possibilities. But then also, outside of the draft, just the individual performances looked pretty lackluster from Fred Brion, and that's not going to be enough against Sandbox.
Definitely not, guys. We do have the POG just about ready to go. Let's see who does pick it up here on the side of Liv Sandbox. It will be the Croc himself. And there was not a Renekton in this game. It was banned. But that's okay, because he got it on Poppy. 17 assists.
Yeah, was wondering whether we're going to see some Yuumi voters. I wouldn't be shocked, as Kyle was there. And he played Yuumi, and Yuumi was important, but Croco, really the big instigator here. Didn't even catch that he also flashed completely past the ultimate from Hannah there. Just great sequence of play overall. Very, very, very aggressive player that has been able to rival...
There you go.
No Yuumi voters.
Nobody's arguing with that one.
Yeah. And you can't, and it's one of the reasons why Yuumi, I think Gen G, for the exact same reason, hasn't been really allowed to get Yuumi, besides the fact that Lahans is very good in it. And it's that if you have a team that really likes to push and really likes to try and extend their leads, Yuumi feels horrible to play into.
Yeah, it's really good at making all of your champions that are ahead much better.
Yeah.
And it's win more, but also it's just great for sustaining through lanes, like getting you to a place where you're in a good spot. Like, as a champion, it's just really strong. And that said, on the front, she's a fan of basically 3 people that have like similar names. One of them is a baseball player, one of them is Croco, and on the back she flipped it and it said Sunke. She's a fan of Sunke. But who isn't? Let's be real. And who's not a fan of Croco when he's playing this well?
He has been a really good jungler. Or rather, his highlights have been high for, what, a year and a half now? Almost close to 2 years. But his issue has always been consistency. And feels like after a long amount of time, finally, he has a team around him that can really get the best out of him. And it took them effectively the entire year. It's like a split and a half before they really started to come online. Of course, in spring they were also playing with Envy, which that might have something to do with it as well. But even in spring, early spring, we saw that the team had great moments. But even a couple of weeks ago, you know, there were also matches where they got really bullied out aggressively. Most recent one was, of course, the KT one, where they were able to win, really showcasing that at least the tilt that used to, well, not only be a trademark of Croco, but really the team as a whole is nowhere to be found at the moment.
Guy on the right is making a bet that if Liv Sandbox lose, I think he's going to stop the rest of his vacation and go right back to the army, if I'm not mistaken. So we know all about League of Legends and making bets. You might want to hold on to your hat or your hair. And you might want to hold on to the rest of your vacation days. But to be honest, I think it's a pretty solid bet here, especially with Liv Sandbox ahead in the series. That's a good ban, I would say.
We have learned. Not going to let that one through again. And wonder whether Sandbox are going to go into a similar direction. But I think with the Yuumi ban, they will not be going for a Sivir or a Zeri ban. Instead opting into the handshake, which has been relatively favorable to them.
Wow.
Oh, again. Okay, so Sandbox really not raiding the Zeri anymore. And I assume also on the flip side being like, we can pick it and win with it.
Yeah,
you will not.
It was Fred Brion that banned it last time, and now with the Poppy bans, the Wukong doesn't get banned here on R3 ban, so that is a very easy Wukong pick for Unti. Feels like a pretty good start for them. Although it does mean that you get Zeri Azir.
Dove feeling some hollow joy at locking a champion that probably no longer is for him. And yeah, with the Zeri, gonna go to a similar direction. This time around, Yuumi not going to be available. Lulu is the other obvious pick, and there are plenty of good counters to the Zeri available. The Sivir is the one that has been the most popular recently, as
it's him.
It's happening.
It's Renekton. And Varus.
Yeah, the Varus into the Zeri for the second time, and also into Azir. I'm not very enthusiastic about. Don't think Varus is a really good time playing into Azir. If you don't have flash, you are a sitting duck. Which is cool, because that adds another animal, makes free between the monkey and the crocodile. And Dove is thoroughly unimpressed by all of this, and I was going to say he's going to lock in Gragas, but between the available tanks, I assume that they'll not want to throw a ban at both Gragas and Ornn, both of which have completely fun matchups, into this Renekton. If they do, I wouldn't expect the Sejuani to have too bad of a time. And the vibe pickup for Croco is one that Liv Sandbox got a lot of their early wins on. And even without the Ahri, I think is very powerful.
Yeah, it's a great pick. I think it offers a surprising amount of appeal, but also if you need to dive a backline, you can. And that just makes Varus even less happy. Victor's banned away as well, so now we're going to be eating into Lava's champion pool here of stuff that they might want to play into the Azir, although I don't know how Victor does on this patch into Azir, but in past patches it has not been pretty, so not 100% sure about that ban. But Rise also going to be taken off the board.
Can I interest you in R5 Aatrox, Valdez?
Aatrox Renekton matchup?
Oh, no, never mind. Sejuani isn't banned. Or Sejuani's banned, so not even taking 3 seconds on that one.
Yeah, I mean...
Is anyone surprised?
No. No, not at all. Not even in the slightest. Dove he knew he was playing Gragas yesterday. And let's see what Fredabreon round this out with. Is Lava going to be confident to go into something more aggressive, like a melee champ into Azir? Something like a Sylas or an Akali himself? Tom Kent comes out here for Delight. It's kind of interesting.
The Akali I would prefer to avoid. Love that. Great round, and overall the comp from Fredabreon way stronger this time around. Because the Lulu pickup feels very likely here. And Lulu is one of the most obnoxious champions to play into as Akali. Closer, or a Kael's rather, Renata has been very, very strong. And barring the Varus, it is a short-range composition coming through here from Fredabreon. So I think Renata really suits well. Also has the ability to actually put some counter pressure in this lane. And I wasn't thoroughly impressed with Hanan Delight's laning last time around. Expect this Zeri and Renata lane to actually have a pretty good time in terms of laning phase. Mid lane going to be the same, but when it comes to the skirmishes this time around, Fredabreon should definitely have an edge.
They should. I mean, when you look at the drafts, right? I think, as you mentioned, I think they have come out in a much better position this time around compared to last game. The side of Liv Sandbox, though, also incredibly strong. I think that you can get a lot of prio at least 2 lanes. I think the jungle matchup, once again, is going to be incredibly important. We'll see how much pressure Umpty decides to put onto the bottom lane, and if Croco will be there to deny it again.
And
Prince has arrived. Is the title here.
He has been the Prince, and notable is that if Prince is able to pick up this next POG, which he's playing Zeri for the second time, so you know, odds are pretty decent.
By the way, this has arrived to the finals. Sorry, it's a very key.
That definitely has.
Liv Sandbox fans are getting excited, and you can say that because they're not KT.
It's allowed. It's okay.
It's allowed.
Yeah. That happy yogurt bottle, just that's everything that Fredabreon stands for. It's everything, Valdez. It's the vibe, it's the atmosphere, it's the camaraderie. And they're going to need some of that if they want to actually be able to get a win here after that immensely dominant game number 1 from Sandbox.
Yeah. Well, guys, you have seen the compositions and the draft. Let's see what happens here on the Rift for game number 2. Here we are once again, back on the Rift for game number 2. I hope that this game, unlike the other 11 we have had this week, will be less stompy and more of a back and forth.
Well, Valdez, I don't know if we can do that.
I think the closest series we've had was Genji versus Fred at Brion.
It was a pretty good one.
I think it says a lot about where we're at. Teams just, they get punished, and it is harder to come back. And the Drakes snowball it faster. The Rift Herald doesn't really do as much as we thought maybe it would.
Yeah. Look at Closer. Airy, absolute focus, and Scorch.
And Cookies, I guess, for mana.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Just to harass as much as possible.
Overall, just very, very lane-focused runes here. And it is something that the Azir has been so highly prioritized for a reason. As Morgan is playing the Crocodile, he has been able to make magic happen in the past. And it is up to him, as well as Umti and Lava, to make it happen. Because the bot side of the map, don't expect there to be a ton of action here. There is obviously the potential if we do see some early overextensions or people walking into knockups or handshakes to maybe get some sums for us, but in the 2v2 I don't expect this should be a very eventful lane. Kyle and Prince going to get pushed in for the first few levels, and then once you have the full kit for Nada available, should be a little bit better. As slowly you'll be able to at least counter shove more and more. Croco doing an entire bot side clear and now making his way towards Hannah and Delight, who are looking for a crash but haven't quite found it yet.
The crash has not happened. We are safe on the road at the moment.
5 seconds till the Vault Breaker's available.
Yeah, he's going to be looking for it, and let's see the angle. Over the wall comes Prince as well. Going to be looking for at least some flashes here as the flash comes in from Croco. Not quite what they were looking for. Triple knockup comes in from Delight. He says, get away from my AD carry, and they will be able to survive here as the Sums will trade for Henna and Kyle.
Yeah, really unfortunate there as Croco, didn't quite execute on that one. Not sure if the Q timed out. Or if he missed it, just maybe charging for a little bit too long. Vision denial, or vision there rather, coming in a little bit too late. And as a result, yeah, Henna uses both his summoners, but he trades for Kyle, and you survive the early play. Means that there's an opportunity for Fred and Brion to get Umti a little bit ahead here in terms of the jungling. And you'll take that, Fred and Brion. Not a worst case scenario. Could have been way more difficult as...
Look at Kyle. He's level 2.
God.
He's level 2. He's in the top jungle.
That's such a good play, though.
It looks like maybe he was spotted.
I think so, but it doesn't really matter. Man, that's such a cool play.
Yeah. Just a little one there as Umti now moving in together. And Croco just says, no, I'll just go for red. Umti over the wall. And so... not going to amount to too much. Looks like Closer was trying to stop a back, but he was unsuccessful at that. Umti now going to get level 4 off of this mid wave.
And by the end of it, Croco will get spotted here. Might get, in a worst case scenario, they do spot him, so he knows that Umti is coming. So he's not using any skills right now. Might look for the 1v1. Dove is on his way.
Yeah, first roam from top, but it is Gragas with low mana. Also, Closer doesn't have any mana, hasn't gone for a back, so not really the best of times here for Live Sandbox in their own jungle. Fred and Brion putting on the aggression, putting on that pressure.
Get Krugs, which is something, but it's not that great. Unless you can also look for a dive on Dove here, but don't expect that would actually be a possibility. At the very least, Morgan will be able to pick himself up a plate, which is nice. But if you look at the camp timers, don't think that Umti is going to be able to get a really big lead off of that. And meanwhile, bot lane, not a lot happening, but Prince is a Cole, and he is also Zeri. So by default, nothing happening is a huge win. And now that we get closer to 6, maybe talk a little bit about the skirmishing power, because the level 6 power spikes from Fred Brion are It's pretty disgusting. Croco has, of course, his ultimate available, and Closer can find the scoop. But the early damage from Sandbox is a little bit lackluster, and the amount of CC chain that is available for Fred Brion between Renekton and then the Cyclone, the entirety of Lissandra, and Hannah with his ultimate can be very tough to deal with if Fred and Brion are the ones who start up the play.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to how they handle the skirmishes. So far, it has looked good for Liv Sandbox, even in the last game when they took that fight on the bottom side when maybe they weren't necessarily supposed to win that one. As everybody's hanging around this bottom mountain, Drake. No surprise there. Umpty takes a big chunk, as Kyle is going to miss on that one. Prince winning the poke war so far against Avaris, and that's just going to be a Abyssal Dive away from Delight. So they give up the river and control of that Scuttle Crab.
Don't get the crab. That's a painful blow, Veldas. Horrible, horrible for a jungle.
Yes.
Worst of feelings. As do you see the pull here? I don't know if Croco actually is looking to commit, but no, just accidentally hit Dragon on his way out, and instead pathing towards the top half of the map. His camps are coming back up. And overall, in top lane, meanwhile, still nothing is happening. I appreciate that we go up.
Yeah, maybe he's trying to highlight the fact that Dove is getting a bunch of grasp stacks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because he is. I mean,
yeah.
I've seen that multiple times. So there you go.
He's behind.
Morgan got a call.
Behind 10 CS. He's 10 more. To already reach that Dove sweet spot, and then he generally stays there for the rest of the game.
Yeah. We're farming down here too. Again, early call from Prince.
Farming everywhere, Veldas.
Yeah. We do have the Vampiric Scepter from Henna.
Do you miss game number 1 yet?
Not. I mean, it just feels like we're in the same game.
Well, I mean, but game number 1, at this point, we
did have a fight.
We had a bunch of fights.
Oh, trade in mid. Lava had heals, so.
Yeah, he's okay. Oh, maybe get the cheeky interrupt here.
Yeah.
Yep. Very nice. Closer doesn't have TP, so gonna be forced to stay in lane. Bit awkward, only sitting on a Mana Crystal and Boots right now.
Didn't Guardian get nerfed?
It did.
Both supports have Guardian.
Yep.
Still taken.
Yeah. I think it's understandable because neither support. The other obvious option would always be the Glacial Augment that we've seen a ton, and neither support really has a way to reliably get value out of that. So not going to be the case. Croco, not too bothered by the fact that Drakes have more health because Vi has great percentage health damage on her W. And as a result, going to be a trade here. But Drake trades have been pretty favorable recently, Veldas.
Yeah, because it's not only the Drake, but your jungler's on the bottom side, so you threaten to dive down here. And you're not really necessarily going to find that same trade in the top side. Speaking of trades, Dove is getting frisky. Says, not able to get him to use his Dominus, but he sure showed him.
Morgan's not impressed at all. I have Dominus and Flash, and you're Gragas. Like, well, what are we doing here, Dove? Why all this needless violence?
True. Well, they're doing it again. We must watch.
Dove is getting close to the 20. Almost hit the mark as, yeah, game doesn't have a lot going on. Who that favors? I'd argue the team with Zeri and Azir. I do think the Fred Brian comp is one that doesn't necessarily need to get ahead early, but does have an expiration date. Like at any point in the early to mid game, if you're able to get a super decisive fight, which you have all the tools for, you'll be fine. I don't think you need a lead, but you definitely cannot just scale into late and then play into Azir Zeri, because the amount of disengage that is available for Liv Sandbox at that point is truly obnoxious.
Yeah.
And overall, they have been very good with both the way they start fights, which generally will be Croco.
They were trying to get on top of Closer. He handles it perfectly, able to deny that one. Lava did not use his ult. So not able to lock him down there. Morgan still chipping away at plates. We are once again watching the top lane.
2 plates. That's actually Morgan getting very sizably ahead. Dove threatening.
Nice.
He's threatening Croco. With Croco, rather, as Croco is definitely spotted. And Morgan's like, oh, I don't want to take that 1v2. As yeah, closer. Nice flash there. Able to actually get away from the knockup as well. Was almost a nice CC chain from Fred Brian, but not going to be the case. And I'm okay with those plays in lane, but I need to see those plays around objectives. Fred Brian is going to have a gold lead as soon as this Rift Herald is going to drop in any of the given lanes. So we'll be able to accelerate themselves a little bit there, and of course, plate gold on top also helping a lot with that.
I guess you do use it in top, because part of me is like, well, then you just unlock Dove's final form. Then he doesn't have to worry about lane actually ever at all, and he'll always be team fighting. But yeah, I mean, getting the first blood on the turret and also the extra plates is the obvious choice. You could try to force it bot just to like relieve pressure, but I don't think that's really going to amount to too much.
Yeah, we'll just advise you to hurry up as overall. Once the Drake comes down, I don't even know if it really is a trade that you're very happy about. With how low the turret is though, it really is just a case of Umti going top and dropping it as Croco on his way.
Wow, trying to help out Duff here. Perfect timing on the flash. Is going to come down the cask rather as Morgan does have that Dominus ticking and he is Renekton, but the follow-up body slam means that Croco will be able to secure the kill.
I like this. Fred Brian immediately try to answer, throw it down here in mid. At the same time, even though Morgan has to teleport back eventually and like first get through his death charms, first Turtle Blood, such a large amount of gold, and instead we're able to get the immediate crash. They can deny Prince as well, though. That would be big, but Kyle is there. They don't know.
Yeah, the two of them solo are not necessarily having a good time. Nice counter ward there from Kyle.
2 TPs available as well.
Yeah.
This is a rough dive.
Not on
Bro want to commit
at the moment. But we're getting there as we're just going to TP top. No dive will be incoming here. The crown finish on the side of closer. The third person to finish an item here.
Yeah, crown into this team. Even you will be on board with it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I like it can be procced by Varus, but like, yeah, I mean, come on.
Come on.
It's not even lethality Varus, and like, who cares? Like,
yeah.
It has not been a factor just yet. I think it's going to be much better for keeping yourself safe in this case.
Overall, now across the board, seeing the Divine Thunderous finish. Morgan, of course, going for Blade of the Rune King. Dove going for Chem Tank. And Shield Blow done for both AD carries as well. Is a still a slight gold lead for Prince, but not really able to turn that into anything.
Lava is
not in a great spot. Like, he doesn't have teleport. He's low on mana, half health, and the Dragon Fight is about to come up.
It's okay, he's got Ignite.
Yeah, I
must attack as he flashes forward. And okay, we're in.
No,
that didn't happen. Okay?
No, that
like,
was
that just didn't happen.
Lava's just showing dominance.
Yeah,
that's what's happening. They don't need this Drake, really.
Yeah,
you can just give out.
Definitely a huge whoopsie for Lava. He has not been looking too solid on the Lissandra. Gotta say it, you know, it does happen. And that does mean that the Sandbox will be able to pick up their second Drake. It's Hextech Soul. The one thing that they do have going for them, Fred Brian, is the fact that Renekton is quite large. Is it going to matter into Fed Azir and a Renata Glask is the real question, I have to say. Especially once these team fights begin. They just, you know, they won that lane quite well, but they didn't really utilize it at all. Not even the Rift Herald was used up there. He did eventually get the turret himself, which is nice for solo plates and stuff like that, but...
And I know we're going to be seeing the tankier variety as Morgan already picked up a Ruby Crystal here, and it is definitely more consistent. But even though the results thus far have not been that good, I was hoping for Prowler's Claw. I think the only way you win this game as Sandbo, or as Bro rather, in the later stage of the game is get on Prince and one-tap him. And like you have the tools for it, And I think anything that can augment that goal is something that you should head into. But the amount of peel from Sandbox, like in later stage of the game, is just, it's obnoxious. And Fredabri in the mid-game fights thus far not looking decisive, but in terms of gold, they are completely fine, and we're fighting here.
The Light did dodge quite a lot here. He's providing a front line for his team, but so is Dove. The Berserk comes through, but Dove is left out to dry, as Senna is going to be able to pick that one up. And that means that that Herald should be over the side of Bro. Do note that Prince was not there. He's just going to take a turret of his own in the bottom side.
Yeah, questionable decision by Sandbox there, opting into a very, very aggressive fight when you don't have one of your members there, as Croco trying to look for a cheeky steal here.
Yeah, the team just can't help but fight. I mean, like, you don't have to do this, but you can, I suppose, as Closer this time is going to be locked up, but they're still fighting 3v4 on this one, and Closer's got the damage. Kyle is just so bloodthirsty today. He's going to pick up the kill, but it does not matter, as it is a 2-for-0 after the Rift Herald fight. And yeah, Fredabri got the objective, but Lift Sandbox taking another skirmish.
They really don't care. Oh, Prince. They truly don't. What? They're going in. A member down. And yeah, I know, state of the cooldowns. Overall fight there for Fredabri. Not looking too great. They used a lot to actually take down Dove, but I don't think there's a lot of LCK teams that make that call. Sure, there's a lot of LPL teams, but that is something that generally you just do not see, because they use 4 ultimates here in an attempt to take down, or rather in a successful attempt to take down Dove, and then the call here from Sandbox to actually go for this is a very confident one, but one that works out wonderfully. You know, you have the bailout from KL, so even if someone does get taken low, you have the ability as long as you take someone down. And with their ultimate still available, they're not afraid at all. And as pointed out, while it was happening, Prince having the time of his life in bot lane.
Yeah, Henna got a kill, but Prince got a turret and a lot of solo waves down there in the bottom side. And Dove also, even though he went down, he held on to his flash. So he's going to have that for potential playmaking here in the next fight. Which, by the way, we do have Hextech Drake coming up here in a minute and a half. As now they're trying to bully Dove. I feel like that's not really going to work. It is a nice little rotation over to try to take this turret, and it should work out. Liv Sandbox trying to take that opportunity to go for a fight. Delight says, yes, please, I would like to take a fight. As in goes Lava, he's just going to be berserked up as he is on the way out. Morgan is just going to get CC'd 100-0. Had a little slice,
Prince?
A little moment to get that one off, but it doesn't matter. Prince trying to force this fight once again. He's going to get bailed out, but he cannot get the actual res off, but it does not matter. Everybody's so low on health bars. That's another double kill here for Closer, who is just stacking him up tonight. It's a nice try by Croco. He has been a little bit off on those, but it doesn't matter. Live Sandbox, they say, no, come fight me.
Yeah, Prince definitely didn't have to go that deep with his E, but I like the initial call here from Sandbox, because if you ult Henna, he just gets devoured. So instead they tried 100-0 Delight, and crucially, there isn't actually a big response here initially. Then the CC chain here on Morgan is beautiful, and this is one of those moments where Fredabri, if Morgan goes for that TP, if you don't go in aggressively and try to safeguard him, you're going to die. And he's dying, and then the rest of them does too, even though they are able to pick up Prince. Beautifully done there by Closer, who is having a wonderful time in this Azir. And
he did ult so a Wukong into his team, but it did get the kill at least. It did mean that Prince was left out to dry, but not this time, because they're all just fighting front to back, as that is a double kill now for Prince. As they see enemy, they attack enemy, as is the Live Sandbox way. And that means that, of course, with this huge objective available, one Hextech Drake, and the sole point will be Live Sandboxes.
And now, soul point being picked up here. And yeah, I gotta say, there's champions that are worse to shove in than Wukong. Can't think.
Are
maybe
there?
Well, maybe. I mean, I was not.
Ilaoi,
Ilaoi, Karthus with
okay.
fat Karthus, a Mumu.
Hey, look, it's a steam. Oh no, it's a submarine.
Wow. First, unbelievable. Unbelievable, Veldas, as... Yeah, this might look very similar to the fight we just saw. And this is because it is. However, this one not nearly as close as it is just a couple of free kills.
Remember when they picked Varus?
Yeah, well, I thought it was going to be better when Kench was picked up. I had faith. I no longer do.
Yeah, I mean, if it was like a 5v5 and it wasn't just Tenna alone, obviously that looks even much worse for the Varus, but yeah. I mean, you're already into Azir and Zeri, and then with Vi available against Krako, it's kind of like,
yeah, now
scary.
What do? You find a Hail Mary team fight, which you probably get until the Hextech Soul, and then that's pretty much it. I don't know if you're gonna be able to. Oh, Prince.
Okay, this is one way, but the Ghost is. I think I heard it goes from someone as they're trying to get into that back line, but Umti is just going to be Shrek'd in the end. Another kill handed over to Prince. And I think that's kind of what you're talking about, you know, not necessarily like that, but a little bit of desperation, you know, just trying to send it into the enemy AD carry.
Well, you gotta. But there's so many peeling tools, and like both the big carries are so fed.
Yep. Not really doing damage into the Mountain Drake buffed up Gragas at this moment in time, as the Light is going to be the one that delays the Baron first. I think Morgan is next.
Well, that was round one of Baron. Krako has flash and ult available.
Note how they're not just looking for flips. They're like, no, we're turning immediately. At the first sign of anyone deciding to come into this one, as Red Up Breon once again, this time actually with the Lissandra getting an ult into 5 people, it looked pretty decent, but it's not quite going to be enough. Of course, this one 3v5, and it is not going to look pretty, as that is going to be the end of that team fight. No Baron, I suppose, but yeah, everybody else did go down.
It's tough, Veldas, as Umti tries desperately to make a play here, and key thing is that if you actually have a Renekton flank there, or Lissandra is able to actually get a top on the Zeri, then Prince flashes, but then the next time it works out, or cleanses rather, but you don't. So Umti goes in, Dove stands there menacingly, begrudgingly.
Very scary.
Has to use his ultimate. He really wanted to save that one for a rainy day. And then I have been a really big fan of the decisiveness of the sandbox, but at times that decisiveness has kind of been a double-edged sword, where they go in for plays they shouldn't, right? They hard commit, they lose fast, and they win fast. But moments like this, like I think around the Baron, they make all the right calls. They just play it very safe. We go, if we need to, we hard engage. We're not going to flip. We're not going to risk getting aced.
Okay, this is kind of interesting, trying to get on top of Closer here, but he's got a big shield, and now the front to back comes in, and that is a scary Zeri. As now Krako over the top is coming in, is just going to line up the Penta angle. Triple kill!
It's looking good!
Penta is coming through. Umti's getting pretty low. He's trying to deny it, but he will not deny the Quadra. Morgan goes the opposite way. They're literally splitting up to try to deny this Penta. As,
oh, is it going to be in time?
Yeah, it's not quite going to work for Morgan. He's trying to turn it here onto Prince as the... What? Bye! Krako, no, you didn't! How dare you steal the Penta away from Zeri, the Penta sorceress! But it is an ace in the end here for Liv Sandbox, and they're not going to end the game yet because it's Liv Sandbox. They want this Hextech Drake, Soul, and how about a red buff for Prince again.
As overall start here, again, now Fred Brian is just trying to make plays work, but it just doesn't. The itemization is there for Sandbox, and every time that they make a play on someone from Sandbox is covering, and the teamwork from this team, every time, like in these past 2 games that we've seen Fred Brian make a play, someone is there to assist the person that's being made a play on, except for that one time that Dove died, which was very sad.
나이스! 야, 뺀다. 야! 아니 펜타를 준다며?
He's like, you said you were giving me the penta. Croco is, you know, we thought he was a croc, but I guess he's just a huge troll.
Oh, yeah. We should have known it with his Trundle play. They didn't even take Drake.
Why didn't they get the soul? Well, they still have Baron, and I guess that is the actual reason, outside of having a little bit of fun here. As you guys can tell, it's very fun when you get ahead nowadays, especially in this kind of matchup. Liv Sandbox really showing their dominance in this match against Fred Aprion, making it look even more one-sided than the match that Gen G had, as that is a healthy scoop of ice cream. As another Penta angle is in, there's the triple.
No!
We have the Penta angle. Once again, there is the Quadra. And this time, maybe Croco won't steal it away. The Penta will come through, as there you go. 15 kills for Prince as he goes nuts in his chair. Another Omega Giga Stomp comes out from Liv Sandbox. And another Zeri Penta is given to Prince. This time, Croco can't steal it away.
And
oh boy.
Overall, what a game coming through here, and sheer dominance from Liv Sandbox. They're feeling good going into playoffs. Who do I vote for? Is it the Penta Man?
Yeah, give it to Penta Man.
It's Penta Man.
Yeah,
he's earned it.
The boom boom damage.
I'm doing it. I wanted to vote for Croco, but I couldn't after he stole that first Penta.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Prince angle is totally fine. I think he did a lot in this one. And getting 15 kills, like we've had him get boom boom pentas, or boom boom pogs for like 8 and 0, so 15 and 2 I think is fine.
Dove is the epitome of, you know, it's honest work. It's a hard day's work. I'm there. I'm doing what I need to.
Show up at the yard at 7:30.
Yep.
Go home.
Just
7:30.
Tending to my crops, making sure that everything is nice, and man, Liv Sandbox. It is a remarkable performance from a team that has surprised many of us. With Prince coming back, I think at the start of the split there was the expectation that they were definitely going to be better, but this, I don't think anyone saw coming.
No, to go from spring 8th place, was it, and now in 3rd place, and if they had turned it on earlier, okay, we got something out of Kyle. He gave us the thumbs up.
That's rare.
That is a rare. You take a picture of that one, guys. That's gonna make you some money. But yeah, he's feeling pretty happy. Everybody on the side of Liv Sandbox is feeling very happy. When you dominate that hard, it's hard not to. Hi, Prince.
I'm your princess.
I'm your princess.
Yeah.
Ooh, interesting. Shoot your shot, you know. You got to go for it, you know. Lots of Prince fans, though. It's not an easy catch. And I think that going into playoffs, Liv Sandbox are not an easy catch either. I think everybody's going to be avoiding them like the plague. I think if you're Gen G, you're like, absolutely hell no. Anyone else. Give us Dom1, we don't care. Give us DK, KT, whatever you want. What's going on here?
I think
he's just picking up his...
Yeah,
his
jacket belt up.
Thought he was about to, like, hop the border. He was about to, like, get over there into the fans. Take a seat.
Who forgot his jacket?
Probably Croco.
Oh, he's too busy emoting.
Yeah.
Too busy stealing pentas. But that's just Prince, you know? You steal his penta, he still picks up your jacket. He's a good dude. As this was, as you pointed out repeatedly during the game as well, Valdez, just as one-sided as game number 1.
I think maybe...
I don't know if it was
more.
worse. I think that, so this one was hard. 10 minutes of... But it was an Azir and a Zeri, so
yeah.
It's not too surprising. But then once they started rolling, they didn't stop.
Yeah. I think that this series was more one-sided than the Genji versus Bro series. So that's something.
Yeah, but that doesn't count because they're not first place in the LCK.
That's true. Yeah. Brian didn't quite have the Kingslayer buff. The motivation.
they don't come out of bed.
Oh, it's just Live Sandbox. They were behind us in spring. We don't care about that.
Oh, whatever. Yeah. We have nothing to prove.
What season is it? I forgot. Yeah. Prince could have taken a sharper angle on that one. It's okay.
This is probably one of my my funniest moments, just because of the responses.
The comms. It was so.
It's even better because like Kroko sets it up as well.
He's like, I'll set it up, and then he last hits it on purpose.
I'm sad we didn't get the comms on that one again.
Yeah. Let's hear it here on the second penta. Or on the second ace, I should say. Just seriously, give me the penta. Even Kyle's saying to give him the penta. Go, 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 go! Yes, nice! Even the rest of them just saying, yeah, take it, Prince. You got it this time. Kroko not trying to deny it there. And Prince was like more focused than I think I've ever seen him in any game. In that last moment, he's like, I'm gonna get this penta. It's my penta. And yeah, just another Zeri penta for the books. Probably like number 12 in pro play. Yeah.
Fun. No, this actually was a very entertaining game, and I really want to echo what you said, because momentum is a powerful thing, and is Liv Sandbox actually going to have the cap to, you know, dethrone a Genji, a T1 that, even though they've been lackluster recently, is in best of 5 still a team I think many are going to fear? I don't know, but I wouldn't want to find out. I want to stay clear of that. Let them break their momentum on someone else, someone that can maybe deal with them a little bit better. Don't take the risk, because this team right now is on a roll, and we talked across the split about the importance of peaking at the right time. This is as good as it gets.
So there is one final way for them to let you down, right? If they go into Gauntlet and they lose 2 best of 5s, 1 best of 5 in playoffs, and then 1 best of 5 in Gauntlet.
Yeah, that can happen. Yeah, they cannot
that could happen.
They cannot make it to Worlds. I know.
Wouldn't they have to lose 2 best of 5s in Gauntlet?
Yeah, they would.
Okay.
Yeah, they would.
So technically 3 best of 5s.
Yeah.
There is still a chance.
There is still a
for
chance.
Liv Sandbox not to go to Worlds.
Yeah.
There's also still a chance that Damwon Kia don't go to Worlds, even though they have the points.
There is even scenarios where T1 and Genji don't make it. It's very, like, always one of them makes it because of the points. But
it should be summer winner.
Well,
right?
let's just, so say that like Sandbox or KT wins, and then it's Genji or T1 in the finals. Then the other one.
Wait, you're saying Liv Sandbox or KT wins?
Yeah. Well, I'm saying it's a wild scenario.
Okay,
Valdez.
okay.
But
Genji are looking pretty good right now.
Well, you know, I'm not voting against Genji. Don't you worry. I'm not that crazy. No,
sure.
But like, it's a crazy scenario. But in that case, whichever team does make it to finals qualifies on points, and then we could have, in theory, like T1 or Genji
getting knocked out,
duking it out, and getting knocked out in the gauntlet.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
That could happen.
By DRX. Again, randomly. Deft is going to do it again.
Okay. Let's take a look at the standings before we get into any more crazy scenarios. Liv Sandbox, of course, they can't overcome T1 here, as we said before. Just want to reiterate this point. They are solid 3rd place. They can't get 2nd. They can't get 4th. It is too late in the season. Brian, unfortunately for them, not going to overcome Nongshim here in terms of rank. So they will be at a solid 9th themselves.
Yeah, of course, not going to be able to get overtaken. And with this, looks like we will be aware of Liv Sandbox.
So we have 3rd and 6th.
Yeah. And then we don't know who gets what I assume will be side selection between KT and Damwon. That one is still to be determined. And then in round 2, of course, T1, Genji are waiting, the big bads of this split. But T1, in recent games, really taking a tough time. And they're facing off against Damwon as well. And that match...
well, not necessarily. Genji gets Oh, you're saying?
No, I mean like
you're
in
saying
regular
season.
split.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
I was gonna say.
That's the crazy thing.
Because here in playoffs, I'm like, they're probably facing Live Sandbox.
Yeah.
Like almost 100%.
No,
in my mind.
I'd agree. Well, let's not get over enthusiastic. If Sandbox still has opportunities to let
Still a
people
chance,
down.
yeah.
There's still a chance. But yeah, but it creates so many wild scenarios, especially because between KT and Damwon, KT might be lower in ranking, but I argue that most people feel like KT is actually a little bit stronger than Damwon right now. Have shown more consistency. Damwon is still kind of all over the place. And who ends up making it out of there?
Good question. But we do have to finish off the regular season and, of course, the rest of the playoff matches. As you guys can see, the weekly standings and where they have stood, Live Sandbox have not dipped below 5th. So they've been technically in playoffs form, I suppose you could say.
Yeah.
That's one way to look at it for the entirety of the split. Fredebrion themselves never really able to reach where they were at in spring, which is definitely sad. They had a really rough time in the beginning of this split, so
yeah, they really
does
did.
Make sense.
And at the end here, a little bit of a upwards trend, but then Nongshim became the Nongshim that we all expected to see, at least a little bit in their final few games, and as a result, Fredebrion trending downwards again in the standings, but not in our hearts. They're the main.
Not in our hearts. Yes. So yeah, there you have it for the standings there per week, and just waiting on the POC, see who does pick it up here. I have a sneaking suspicion that it will be Prince.
It's like, you know, you can give to Close, you can give to Croco, but this really does feel like the culmination of Prince, because if Prince gets this, he's guaranteed to be at least tied for player of the split.
Yeah.
He might win it, but that depends, of course, on some of the other matches that are still going to be played. But at the very least, he'll be tied.
At least tied. Let's see. No, it's Croco! Croco takes the Penta and he takes the Pog away!
I knew I had the right vote the first time. I got seduced by the Quadra and the Penta, but unsurprisingly, Croco having a monstrous game here tonight. And it is no secret that I have been a big fan of the player since I started.
You're a leader of the fan club.
2 years ago, I am.
Yeah.
But for a large period of that time, there was so many inconsistencies. And now, with Prince coming in, with Dove really settling on his role within this team, with Croco, or with Closer rather, playing way better as well, it just works. Like the whole team, they just work.
So the
it's the split vote.
We had 4 voters for Closer and 4 voters for Prince, and that's why Croco got it with 5 votes. You love to see it.
No, it's
denied again.
It actually is a really good split. Personally, I think both those 3 players really played their hearts out. You're like,
I just wanted to see Prince come back to the LCK and just steal Pog of the split.
That's
Denied,
no biggie.
denied again.
It's like, doesn't have a team in spring. Comes back.
Yeah.
Player of the split.
He's like, yeah, I was just taking a little break. Here I am again. Let me just carry this team to potential summer final, because I don't want to say it, but there is a chance, and a lot of the fans are saying that at least they're going to make the finals. But guys, we do have the interview. Let's hand it over to Ji-sun.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the Live Sandbox team interview after the victory. Now, Live Sandbox closed out the regular split with a 5-match winning streak. How do you feel, Dov? Well, I was not expecting this much of a growth, you know, but we were able to, you know, get a great outcome, which is a huge relief. And Dov, I think you have become very much of a reliable top laner this split. Today, you were playing Gragas for 2 games in a row, so how was this series? Back-to-back Gragas means I got carried 2 games in a row. It feels awesome. Dov, how do you look back this entire summer split? I think you were doing a phenomenal job as well as a role player in the top lane. Were you expecting this 3rd place finish? Not at all, because our spring split was really rough. So our goal was just making it into playoffs. So we were really flustered that we made it this far up, and we are aiming even much higher right now. And Krakow. Today we saw an insane play from you, Bobby, Vi, and you kept kind of ramping up throughout the regular split. How do you feel? I think we were able to show a dominant performance until the very end. So I hope I can continue this form until the playoffs. And you got one sneaky penta steal in game number 2, and you were shouting, nice. Was that on camera? Was that on air? Oh my god. So he was having the penta angle for 2 times. So I stole it once and he was like yelling at me. So I was like, maybe I made a trouble. So we went in for the fountain dive, which makes it even. Prince, you got the penta in the end. Are you happy? Well, yeah. Had it not for the penta, I would have been still mad. And we have a very famous kind of spam that you always post on your social media every time you win a match. Let's take a look at it. It's a description of the jungle as a role. Let's take a look at it. Tell me about your thoughts on the jungle. I wanna like send an award to the guy who made this meme about the jungle. You know, other roles, you know, they don't understand league. You know, they are just getting a light taste of it. But junglers, you know, they know the league deeply in their heart. You know, they have a full understanding of the game. They are the intelligent players in the league, and even one of the fans had to sign with the spam you always post on it. I mean, that's a great meme. I love it, and I hope I can post something new tonight maybe. I'm excited to see what you're gonna post later on your Instagram. Now let's move to closer. It was a huge step up for you this summer split. So, what is the most valuable thing that happened to you this summer? You know, we went through a lot of stuff in the spring split, so we really wanted to, you know, pick things up and step up for the summer split, and I'm so happy that we as a team were able to make it happen. And any message over to your mid lane coach, Pawn? I mean, I hope I can become as great as Pawn when he was a professional player, and he said I am his first, you know, kind of student, and I hope I can become a next kind of generation of Pawn in the league scene. Now, I want to hear from Prince. After you made a return to the LCK, your team ended up on 3rd place. How much of a share do you have? I mean, I definitely did a great job. You know, I have a lion's share, I can say, but still, I would have been able to make it without the effort of my team. And also, I was not able to find a team. I had really unfortunate events early on this year, but I'm so happy that I was able to find my team this summer split and just end on a great note. And Prince, you are, you know, on top of the PUG standings, but Ruler and Zeus is right behind you. Please go easy on me, guys. Please, please, I beg you. And today, Tusen came to watch you play. He had a fan sign saying, I will never admit Prince unless he wins the title. Well, I'm pretty sure he wants me to shout his name out, but look at him, you know, like a grump sitting there. But still, I just want to say, you know, thank you for always supporting me, sending your love, and thank you for coming up here. And Tusen headed, I wish he actually took the E skill instead of the W in a tournament that we played together. And after that, I lost, and now I'm back in Lip Sandbox. And let's move on to Kyle. You, together with Prince, are doing a great job here in the LCK bottom lane. I think we were able to see so much from you. I think we all kind of stepped up so much, including myself. So yeah, I'm feeling way more confident these days. And a lot of people are actually mentioning you as the rookie of the split. I'm not really, you know, feeling that greedy about the award, but still, yeah, I would be super happy if I can win it. Kroko was the rookie of the year last year, so Kroko, any word over to Kyle? Well, Kyle, he deserves it, I think. He deserves the Rookie of the Year award. He doesn't look he doesn't sound like he's really greeting that award, but he does dip in his heart, I know. And I think he really deserves it. So I think I'm looking forward to him, you know, getting that Rookie of the Year award. Now this marks the end of Leap Sandbox regular split. It was a 5-match long winning streak until the very end, and I'm pretty sure the fans are waiting to see more of Leap Sandbox. What is your goal, Prince? I don't want to set any goals, you know. I didn't set any goal when I first joined Leap Sandbox. And the moment I joined, you know, everyone was just like saying, you know, making playoffs would be a miracle, you know. But I didn't set any goal, and then we made it to 3rd place. So I'm not gonna set any goal in the future as well. I'm just gonna keep pushing forward until the end of the playoffs. And you guys will be facing up against DRX in the 1st round of the playoffs. So in this summer split, we won both of the match against DRX. I'm pretty sure playoffs round 1 will be the same. It's not gonna be a hard game for us. And this will be the end of the interview from the Leap Sandbox players, and I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that awesome translation of the interview. As Love Kroko standing up for his little rookie down there on the bottom side. He deserves it. He better get Rookie of the Split. Honestly, in the beginning of the split, I'm like, nah, this is probably someone else. But after this entire split, I'm like, maybe, yeah.
I can see it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's him or it's Vikla, you know. I'm loving both players. Easy choice for me. Oh, not an easy choice, because
yeah. We have tomorrow's matches, guys. Let's take a look at that. As Subin will also wave you goodbye. Gen G up against KT. That is going to be insane. And also T1 up against Stom1. Also insane. I will be casting that one with Wolf. Should be a very, 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 very entertaining day. Make sure you guys are tuning in for that one. Hopefully we get some closer matches. You can be watching from home.
I will.
Atlas, just drinking your cup of tea. But either way, guys, that's going to do it for us today. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more great matches at the LCK.